Welcome to the first ever Guerilla Sports Central presented by Trusted American Mortgage. Trusted American Mortgage's salary-based mortgage consultants want to help you get into a better interest rate and lower your monthly payments. Just head to trustedamerican.com to see how they can help you save some money today.
Hello and welcome in.
Please do not leave your luggage unattended on the station.
Welcome to the show.
Okay, welcome to Guerilla Sports Central. I am your host, Liv Moods, and I am joined by the wonderful Nate Jackson right here to
That's
help
me.
us talk some Denver Broncos, and the wonderful Megan Angley. I've actually never been on a show with Megan Angley yet.
It's our first time.
It
for
is.
everyone.
Yeah,
I
it's exciting.
am so excited. We have a lot to talk about, and you guys are probably wondering, why are you going live for 3.5 hours? Why are we doing this show with three people that have never done a show together before? But it's because the Denver sports are kind of going crazy tonight. We've
Kind of
got
going crazy.
the Broncos
Yeah.
live right now, right in front of us. So if we start screaming and going crazy, you know why. The Broncos are either doing something really great or really not so great. But we've also got the Denver Nuggets. They tip off at 8 p.m. Mountain Time. And then the Avs, Megan Angley. And that's why you're here to help us talk a little bit of Avalanche. But we're also going to talk a little bit of everything. Just parallels between the Nuggets and the Avalanche, as well as watching the Avs game right in front of us, reacting to it, watching some Nuggets. I've got some other guests that are going to join us for the Nuggets as well. And then Nate, the Broncos, in a really great spot tonight, division opponent in the Chargers. How are we feeling, everybody? Are we excited to be here?
I can't say I'm as excited right now in this moment, but I am so hyped.
It's going to
Yeah.
be really fun. Nate,
I'm excited just to be on the stage with you two and also to be watching the Denver Broncos up 21-10, about to be at halftime here. The Broncos looking really, really good. And then also just a great night for the city of Denver, right?
it is.
Yeah, the Nuggets,
is.
the Avs, the Broncos, bang! I'm excited. Are you excited?
Oh, I've never been more excited. I think the whole studio
Never
knows.
been more.
Listen, I've come into the studio pretty hot a few times, pretty excited. I
Yeah.
don't know if it can match the energy that I came into the studio with tonight. I'm feeling pretty pumped. I'm feeling pretty stoked. So I want to ask all of us, we're going to all talk about it for a second.
Yeah.
We're going to talk strengths and weaknesses of the three teams that we're here to discuss. We are going to start with Nate because the Broncos are playing right now, because the Broncos have been kind of a Cinderella story in a way, because Vegas only predicted them winning 5 games. They're now up against the Chargers. A lot of game left. Don't want to jinx anything. But they've had a really interesting season, Nate. So talk to me. Strengths and weaknesses right now, in your opinion, for this Denver Broncos team.
Yeah, they have been a Cinderella story. And the slipper, it fit.
It really did,
It really
didn't
fit.
it?
They tried to get home before midnight, and they couldn't, but they did. And
They called the Uber. And
they're
the
at
Uber
the ball right now. They're about to go to the ball with Prince Charming. Is that the right metaphor?
I mean, I think he kind of nailed that a little bit, yeah.
So the Broncos, like you said, were chosen to win 5.5 games by the Sharks in Vegas, by those who know what they're looking at. The Broncos roster was ranked 32nd, last in the league by PFF, who's supposed to know what they're looking at. That's what I call them.
Right.
But they're outperforming everyone's expectations.
Yes.
You're asking about their strengths and weaknesses. I'm looking up at this score right now. It is 21-10 Broncos going in to halftime. They scored on their first 3 possessions. They scored touchdowns. So what I was going to say their weakness was the offense. Because the defense has been carrying this team. Bo Nix, he's been impressive as a rookie quarterback, but he has not been, I would say, top 10 in the league. They haven't been scoring like this. Their first quarter has been a weakness, not tonight. And so the weaknesses that I was going to say, the first quarter offense, the offense in general, is a strength tonight. And so this team is rounding into form at the right time. They win tonight, they go to 10 wins. But I was going to say their strength is their defense, their ability to get after the quarterback. They're leading the league in sacks. They have 49 sacks going into this game. Their special teams, Marvin Mims, special teams player of the week last week, leading the league, I think, in punt return average. But also, I think their strength is their belief in one another and the chemistry they're developing as a team. And that's not easy to do.
Nope.
Especially with a bunch of young players, especially with a young quarterback. And so the fact that they are in position to get to 10 wins tonight, okay, with a rookie quarterback and a bunch of no-name players that PFF thought
on.
sucked ass
We don't care about you, poof.
tells
How about
me that these weaknesses, maybe their inexperience, maybe their youth, are turning into strengths right before our eyes.
And it's fantastic. And you and I are going to deep dive into the Broncos a little bit more together in just a bit. But in the meantime, we still have Megan here. Megan, I would love to know from your perspective, because I am not a hockey girl, but I do understand that there have been a plethora of injuries to this Avs team. They've been on the road quite a bit. And like the Nuggets, they have a very long season. So it's very easy for fans to hit the panic button early. But you follow this team, you report on this team, you know this team probably better than most people that watch this team. So what would you say at this point in the season are the Avs' strengths and weaknesses?
Going into the year, there were some expected absences.
Yeah.
And so people tampered expectation knowing they weren't going to have Val Nichushkin at the start of the year. Gabriel Landeskog, his status was going to be a bit uncertain. Terry Lehkonen also not available. 3 key players ordinarily utilized in their top 6.
Yep.
One of the strengths of this team is goal scoring and their possession game. That has still been a strength of this team in spite of the crazy, unprecedented absences, because it's been a parade to the injured reserve for the Colorado Avalanche this season, and it surpassed expectation in that way. Then the amount of injuries has just continued to stack, and it felt like something they couldn't overcome there for a little bit. But that goal scoring has still been a strength of this group because players like Nathan McKinnon are still in the lineup on a nightly basis, Cale Makar, Mikko Rantanen. And so they're finding ways to win now. I think they've settled into an understanding that this is the group that they have. It's going to rely on the next man up mentality a lot of this season. Sure. And I think they're starting to get some optimism in terms of health news too. Players are starting to return and you're not losing 2 more every single night. So that's been a nice thing. But the weakness through this point has been the roller coaster. This is a team that has impressed in being able to come back in games that they have not started very well. To hear the Broncos maybe not the best in the first quarter. The Avs have been a team that hasn't played very well in the first period through much of this season. They're starting to turn that around.
So it must be a Denver thing.
Yeah, it's in the water.
Maybe it's in the water in Denver,
It's in the
because
water,
that seems to be a popular,
Not starting games on time.
Yeah.
But they're starting to figure even that much out. I think what has really helped to get this team to a great place going into the holiday break here soon has been goaltending. It's been the highs and lows. It's been a roller coaster, and they made a huge change to goaltending with a trading both of their starters before Christmas, something that has not ever happened in the NHL's history.
That was very recently, right? Like last week. Recently. I remember Jesse coming in hot, and he was like, "We got to go live now." I was like, "Oh God, this must be a big deal." So
it was a huge deal.
Okay.
And tonight, coincidentally, is the revenge game. The goaltenders that were swapped are playing against one another tonight. So an exciting matchup for the drama of it all. But that's also where there's been new life injected into this Avs group.
Absolutely.
Through the form of a little more confidence in their goaltending. And I think that the top guys, they have nights where, because there's so much expectation on them to be good, maybe they leave you feeling a little disappointed. They're coming into this game on the heels of the game where maybe they left some things on the table. Yeah. So that's not only their strength, but something that I want to see them improve upon tonight.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question about the Avs right now? Just a couple years removed from a Stanley Cup, right? Jared Bednar, the toast of the town at that time, took over the Avs when they were not good at all, built them up into the powerhouse they were when they won the Cup a couple years ago. So how would you see Jared Bednar and this coaching staff right now for the Avs? As a strength, or have they been a weakness thus far?
It depends who you ask.
You can be honest here,
but
Megan.
Since you asked
safe
me,
space.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
But since you asked me, I'm a huge advocate of Jared Bednar. I think that he does so much to prepare his players for every game. His attention to detail has been described as a roadmap to success. Game by game, period by period, he gives them all of the information that they need to make necessary adjustments. And so if there are ever nights where they don't look quite like themselves, it's an execution issue. They're getting everything they need in terms of messaging and information to do the right things. They just have to go out there and execute. And so I have so much confidence in Jared Bednar, and it's instilled based on when he inherited this team and they had a league worst season, that 48-point season year under Jared Bednar, though he ingrained a winning culture in them that I think persists through today. And he also has connected with his core players, Nathan McKinnon in particular.
Those Nathans, they really know what
Oh,
they're doing.
please.
You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
please.
I'm just saying. I'm just
Cut his
saying.
mic.
Hey, hey.
All right, this is crazy. Well, it sounds like there are a lot of parallels, which we are going to get into a little bit more later, where, I think there's also been some frustrations with head coach Malone and the Denver Nuggets. And I'll get into right now some of the strengths and weaknesses of this Denver Nuggets team, because despite them winning a championship in 2023, it has been a roller coaster. Again, something's in the water in Denver. We start slow. We don't trust our coaches. I was one of them with Sean Payton. I'm tucking my tail.
Isn't it really just about getting into the playoffs, though? And then
Yes,
whatever
absolutely
happens,
is.
happens. And don't we make, sometimes too much of the game to game reaction, the roller coaster, when really
100%.
what we're trying to do is get into the playoffs.
Well, you know what's hard for, I think, Nuggets and Avs fans is their season is 80 plus games. So
Right.
It's so easy to let yourself feel defeated in those first 20 games. And then in those next 20 games, and you're just like, oh my God, it feels very heavy when your team is not performing the way you expected them to perform. That being said, it is a long season. So a lot of times you don't see some of these superstars really put their foot on the gas until after the All-Star break, which can be frustrating as fans, because I want to see you good now. I don't want you to wait until post-Christmas or the new year to finally show me what you're capable of. So
But
that
what if
is
in
all-
the end you are, rewarded with that patience by
Well,
an
then
amazing
you have to tuck
playoff
your tail like I
performance?
have many times, and you have to just say, you know what? I might have jumped the gun here.
Now,
folks.
we still have to be critical of what we see.
Of course,
right?
of course.
Because that could come back and bite you. You could be conserving your energy so much that you miss the freaking playoffs.
Absolutely. So
Right?
you have to be, it's a fine line
Yeah.
for sure. It's a fine line. And Megan, you and I will dive into Avs a little bit later tonight once the puck hits the ice and the Broncos are done playing some divisional football. I'll talk Nuggets really quick. The Nuggets are on the road taking on the Portland Trailblazers tonight, a team that they shouldn't have to worry about. But unfortunately, in great Nuggets fashion, the teams you don't have to worry about typically are the teams you end up worrying about. And that's just how the Nuggets have been playing their games this season. I would say their strengths right now are the fact that they have the world's best player on their side. And when you have the world's best player on your side, any game is technically winnable, right? Even if it's not, when you have Nikola Jokic out there, it's a winnable game. So he is the strength. The Nuggets have the best offense with him on the floor and the worst offense statistically without him on the floor. So
That's a
he
big
is
problem.
that guy.
That's a
It's
big
a huge problem. And that leads me to my weakness.
Ooh, that, right?
The double Ds, I'm calling them. Do with that what you will. The double Ds, defense and depth. We're not playing a whole lot of defense right now. So when you let these teams that you shouldn't be worried about score 130 points, kind of a problem, especially if Jokic is the only one producing offensively. So the depth and the defense seem to be a big issue still for this Nuggets team. Their strength is Nikola Jokic and, surprisingly, Russell Westbrook. I love the fact that we have a competitive, ringless veteran who has had a wonderful career, who is on a team, a new team, in a new culture, and he can be used both in the starting lineup and running that second unit. So Russell Westbrook has proven to be a massive piece to this puzzle for this Nuggets team. I've loved watching him play, and
Russell
I think
Wilson?
that did I say Russell Wilson?
Did you say Russell Wilson?
I just
Westbrook?
heard Russell.
Oh
Okay.
my God.
No, I may have just heard. I was just looking up
don't.
at I was looking up there. Imagine
Oh
what
my
if
God.
Russell Wilson came in on the Nuggets?
To be honest, both Russells are cooking right now. So
They are.
in all fairness, I may have goofed that up. Russell Westbrook, great addition for the Nuggets. Nikola Jokic makes every game winnable for this team. But the weakness is the double Ds, the defense and the depth.
Can I ask you a little bit about Russell Westbrook and his
Of course.
influence on the locker room? Because
Yeah.
people have always criticized him as being sort of a cancer in the locker room, a problem.
Yeah.
But a guy who's played for so long, is so dynamic. Have you seen that be a problem, him coming in, or have you seen him assimilate? Because you remember back in, a couple of years ago, who was it? Boogie, what's it? Cousins.
Mhm.
He was a big problem. He came in here and assimilated a little bit. It still
Yeah.
caused some problems,
Yeah.
but it seems like when you have a good culture on a team, the bad boys can come in and assimilate and not be bad boys, but understand that they're in the presence of, like you said, greatness when it comes to Nikola Jokic, and you better get in line and play his game.
Mhm. Yeah. I would say Russell Westbrook may be viewed in a negative light by certain players in the team. But what I would probably
You think so?
guess,
Like on the team?
maybe.
Jamal
maybe.
doesn't like him. He's a little
Well,
uncomfortable with
Let's
him.
talk about why Jamal doesn't like him. We'll save that for the Nuggets segment, but we can get into it because I've been into it and I'll get into it again.
Let's
How about
get
that?
into it.
Let's get into it. Yeah, we will. Russell Westbrook maybe gets a negative reputation from the outside looking in because he's I think he holds players accountable. I think he leads by example. So he expects you to do as he does. And so if you're not doing that, if there's one thing I have learned in this thing called life, people don't like accountability, especially lazy people.
And is Jamal one of those people?
I never said that.
I'm asking you, is he a corner cutter, Jamal?
I think he might be, yeah.
Does he want to kind of phone it in?
I think so.
Not go do that lift after
so.
practice?
Yeah, I think so.
Kind of cut off this last part of practice. Let's just go home, guys.
Well, and I also think Jamal's in a position where he never really thought his job was potentially threatened. And again, you reward him with a max contract after he plays his worst season yet. And he probably doesn't still think that his job is at risk. But when you bring in somebody like Russell Westbrook, who can cook in your position when you're injured and is playing better and has better chemistry with Nikola Jokic right now than you do. Yeah, I'm sure Jamal Murray doesn't love the idea of Russell Westbrook being here because maybe at one point he was okay with it because he didn't think Russell Westbrook was going to do anything special. Now seeing it translate, seeing the respect that he has earned so quickly by his teammates, kind of like a Bo Nix. Bo Nix has earned the respect of his teammates. And when you have that and you've got that support in the locker room, you're able to thrive and do what you need to do. And that's what we're seeing with Russell Westbrook. So I haven't heard Jamal Murray himself say he doesn't like Westbrook being here, but if I had to guess, I'm sure he's not the biggest fan.
Yeah.
But again,
I agree with you.
You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
So the Nuggets brought him in, and you have to also remember these teams don't make trades that they don't need. Typically, a team will go out and they will try to acquire somebody, or they'll make a trade, or they'll bring somebody in because that's a hole that's missing in their team.
Yeah.
So if Jamal were doing exactly what Jamal needed to do, there probably wouldn't have been a need for a Russell Westbrook.
Well, isn't Russell Westbrook replacing KCP in a way?
Well, CB, Christian Brown,
Yeah.
young guy from Kansas, the Jayhawks. He is supposed to be doing that. He's actually doing an exceptional job right now. He's doing a very, very good job at that. So I would actually say,
how's CB's jump shot? Because
his threes were actually the most concerning thing to me preseason, and he's actually doing all right.
He's improving.
He's doing all right. Yeah, he made it a priority. He's a hard worker, and I think he's ready for it. So I would say with Russ, his job was more so running that second unit. But then when we saw Jamal go out with a concussion early in the season, he actually ended up getting starting minutes. And in those starting minutes, we saw him actually do pretty well as a starter. So I think the reason that Russell Westbrook is so dangerously good for this Nuggets team is because he is interchangeable. He can be a starter in Jamal Murray's spot, or he can be running that second unit and bring some fire and energy to our bench, which we desperately need. So all around, huge fan of Russell Westbrook. He is a strength, in my opinion, for this Nuggets team right now, along with Nikola Jokic. But kind of seems like there's a trend of the slow starts for these teams, although maybe it's a different night tonight because the Broncos are not off to a slow start. The Broncos
are cooking.
And just before halftime, Nate, you were kind of peeping the screen a little bit. There was something
weird. There was something weird going on, and I couldn't hear it. But I think there's a weird rule where, and I don't know if this is exactly what happened, but if you return a kick as the time goes out in a half, you can kick a field goal from the spot your return ended.
Okay.
Even if there's double zeros on the clock. I'm not sure if that's exactly what happened there, but it seemed as if there was some funny stuff, some shenanigans happened on that very last play.
Not shenanigans.
And it seems, and I think that's what happened. It's a weird rule. Every once in a while, you see a weird rule come to fruition in a game that you've never seen before. And I think that's what we just saw. I'm not positive on it. I'm going to have to go back and take a look at it. But there are some quirky rules that show themselves every once in a while. And I think that was one of them. If you punt the ball, and I think they punted the ball with like 6 seconds left.
Okay.
The Chargers returned it. I believe. I may be wrong. Maybe people in the chat can tell me if I'm wrong because we were talking. I wasn't looking. Okay, but I think that's what happened. They returned the punt to a certain spot with zeros on the clock, but that didn't end the game or didn't end the half. You can kick a field goal from that spot, even with time expired. I think that's what happened. So they ended up putting 3 on the board. They're 21-13, but the Broncos are going to get the ball in the second half. Megan, can I ask you a question about the Avs, though? Because Liv was talking about Nikola Jokic, his influence on the team, right? And then Russell Westbrook's spark plug kind of influence coming off the bench. A couple of years ago when the Avs won the Cup, they had Nazem Kadri, right? Coming off in a second-line guy. They had Gabe Landeskog, who was sort of a spark plug type of guy. Who are those guys now on the Avs? Because, of course, Nathan McKinnon is Nathan McKinnon. He's the best in the world, right? Cale Makar, the best in the world. But who are those guys that are kind of the energetic, heartbeat, X-Factor guys on this team?
I'm really glad you asked because I immediately thought of him when you were describing Westbrook stepping in the absence of Jamal Murray. The top six has been a mess, as I described at the strength and weakness portion. And Jonathan Duran, another player who's been experiencing injury, was penciled in their top six. And so Ross Colton early in the year had increased opportunity with the top six and the top power play unit. And he was nicknamed Ross Goaltend because he succeeded there.
I like
and
that.
He was originally brought to Colorado to be a third line center. He had played wing and a little bit of center prior to that. So getting adjusted down the middle took him a little bit of time. They moved him to the wing in the top six to start this year, and he has done really well in an elevated role. And so he's getting looks on the top power play now that he actually also missed some time due to injury, but he sees the opportunity when it came to him. And if you ask any of his teammates, they'll tell you he's just a good time. He's great to be around. He's a yapper.
That's super important too.
Yep.
It is, because the Georgiev trade really didn't have a lot to do with his personality in the room. There's been discussion around possible toxicity there, but it's more so you need vocal guys in that room too, because Nathan MacKinnon is more of a do as I do type of player. And Ross Colton's a yapper. He talks a lot, and they've got another player like that in Josh Manson on the back end. Another player that's injured right now, but hoping to return soon. He's another very vocal leader, but they're also just really positive attitudes, and it makes a huge difference in the morale in the room.
Yeah, the only time Nathan MacKinnon is going to talk is if you're eating a Snickers. He's like, "Don't eat that." Is that true that he does? He's like super anal about like what the players eat and stuff. It's true.
There is truth to it. There's
he like took the candy bars out.
The chickpea pasta switch, but I think
chickpea pasta.
Yeah,
I love chickpeas.
I do too. So I wouldn't have any issue with this, but I think it's been overblown a little bit to how much he oversees what everyone on his team is eating. He has employed, though, his own dietitian, nutritionist for years. And so he takes that sort of thing very seriously. And he shares that information with his teammates. And there is a little bit of expectation that they need to meet him at least close to where he's at in terms of caring about those things. He's also the kind to give you a hard time if you drop a pass in practice. So he will lead in that way too, and I think there is an instant accountability factor with Nathan MacKinnon because you don't want to be yelled at by him.
Absolutely not.
I think that sort of accountability is really good from a leader where, you know, it's not a leader who's just going to let it slide if you're not performing at the level of expectation. It's not just on the game day, it's every single day of practice. The standard of excellence has to be the same, and I think that's what Sean Payton is
implementing here.
Exactly. There's a standard that is never ever met. I'm coaching you to a standard of a perfect robot performance. If you're not perfect robot status, I'm going to tell you what you did wrong. You may have made the play, we may have won the game, you may have scored the touchdown, but guess what? Relative to perfection,
it was a mess to get there.
It wasn't good enough.
Yeah, exactly.
And so, you know, there's a clip going around of the game the post game speech after the last game, and Sean Payton's like, you know, we got to be better. But I'm proud of every one of you in this room. I'm resisting temptation to do it in Sean Payton's voice relative to the way he talks. But he's proud of them, right? You want to tell him how much you're proud of what they did, but we can do better. We can always do better. And that's what the best coaches do. They always believe that your best performances are ahead of you, cleaning up the stuff you're not good at, because he knows that if they want to make the run they want to make, which is, I'm going to say it, a Super Bowl, the Broncos want to win a Super Bowl. And right now they're playing like it. They're up 21-13 and driving.
Here we go. Get that first down. Here we go. Woo! Get into it. All right.
Troy Franklin.
You know what? On that note, here's what we're going to do. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break here, folks. We're going to send Megan Angley off so that she can get some of her thoughts prepared for any hot takes. Yes, I'm going to ask Megan Angley her hot takes on the matchup for the Avs tonight, because we will be seeing that game unfold, that matchup, in about 35-ish minutes. And the Nuggets are about to start. But right now, we do need to focus a little bit of time and energy on this Broncos game, because this one's a big deal. Like I said, Avs and Nuggets have a very long season, but that does not mean we're not covering them. We are here all night long talking all things Denver sports. So we're going to take a very quick commercial break here. Give us a few seconds. We're going to get ourselves situated relative to the setup here at the desk, and we will come back and dive back into Broncos talk. And then later, I'm bringing Megan Angley back on to talk parallels between the Avs, the Nuggets. We'll preview Avs. We'll talk Avs. We're tossing to Jesse in San Jose. We're going to hear from BK in Los Angeles. We got a lot of things cooking up, and we're going to deliver them all to you right after this commercial break. See you soon. And we're back and better than ever, baby. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Nate Jackson and myself, I'm Liv Moods. This is Nate Jackson, and this is presented by Trusted American Mortgage. Go get your mortgage payments figured out.
Get them figured out.
Head to trustedamerican.com. It's that simple. See how they can help you save some money today, whether it be a lower interest rate, better monthly payments. They've got you covered relative to your payments. Okay. Nate, we are back after a little commercial break here. We got a chance to hang out with the wonderful Megan Angley. She will be back. She's not going anywhere. Okay, it's going to be a long and exhausting night, but we're having a really good time. Nate, how are you feeling?
Yeah, exhausting in the best possible way.
Yeah, I don't really get tired.
Liv, clearly. Well,
I mean, cheers to that.
When
right?
you finally do, I want to see that. Just you don't like
I
the
will say,
energizer.
I do have a crash. Like, you know when your kids get a sugar crash?
Yeah.
I get that with just like normal life stuff.
Do you remember the
sugar.
Energizer Bunny commercials where it just goes and goes and goes, and all of a sudden it just went there?
That's me. Yeah, that'll be me on the way home, I'm sure. Maybe, hopefully not on I-25 heading south. That would not be a good thing. But I'm sure the crash is coming, but it's not happening on this show. We are so excited to be here. Nate, what have you seen so far with this Broncos game that you are, one, pleased with, and what do you think needs to change at this point?
Yeah, so just you can't be displeased with the product thus far.
No.
The Broncos are up 24-13. They just
That's
made a
right.
field goal by Will Lutz there. Now, if I'm going to be hypercritical, of course, you want to turn those trips into touchdowns. And if the Chargers start cooking and scoring touchdowns and the Broncos only get field goals, all of a sudden you can have a close game on your hands. But the Broncos are on the road. They're at SoFi Stadium, which is, populated heavily by people wearing orange right now, which is insane and awesome. SoFi, which is the newest, most expensive stadium in America, is not a home field stadium.
It's actually a horrible stadium, by the way.
Have you been there?
Yes, the championship game for TCU was there, and I was getting like drips leaked on me the whole time. I was like, did we not
Really?
just invest in this brand new building? It's horrible.
Well, it's beautiful from the outside and all that.
Cool, but I was getting dripped on.
Well, that's
So I don't like it very
unacceptable.
much. Yeah, I
What
agree.
was dripping on you, though?
I don't want to know, to be honest.
That is not good.
I actually don't want to know the
Ew,
answer. Yeah, nope, don't want to know.
No, but
Some
right.
things are better left unknown.
Yeah. But right now, the Broncos are playing at a really high level. The offense is looking very sharp, which is not always happening on a Thursday night game. Thursday night games are notorious for being sloppy offensive affairs. A lot of people will bet the under on that game because, look, you don't have as much time to prepare. The game plan isn't as extensive. It's not as intricate. The guys are banged up from the previous game. I think the Broncos are benefiting for having been on a bye 2 weeks ago. So this short week that they're getting right now comes after a bye. And so their bodies are still pretty fresh. And you can see that with the Chargers because the Chargers look like they're a little bit behind, like a step behind the Broncos tonight. Even though they're still in this game, they're down 11 points. And you remember the last time the Broncos did play the Chargers came in here and whooped up on the Broncos. They pushed them around.
They did.
The line of scrimmage was dominated by the Chargers. But you got to believe that was part of the messaging that Sean Payton and his coaching staff delivered to this team this week was that we're not going to let them do that again. And you could tell that they were committed to the run in that first half like they hadn't been in that first game. Basically to say, you guys aren't going to bully us again. We're going to be the bullies tonight. But what I don't want to see happen, and now you see Justin Herbert breaking loose across the midfield. And so momentum is a biatch. Okay?
Not the biatch.
And it's hard to maintain your momentum and
It
your
is.
energy for an entire 60 minutes at a football game, right? And
How
so the
hard is it,
Broncos,
Nate? I've never tried it.
it's very difficult, okay? So the Broncos dominated that first half.
It is, yeah.
And they have to maintain that energy and that momentum. And so what I don't want Sean Payton to start doing as a play caller is being like, all right, we did the run thing. Now let's air it out.
Right.
Because some guys will do that, right? No,
Yeah.
there is some validity to that because when you do establish the run, the defense gets sucked up and it opens up stuff down the field for play action passes. That's a real
course.
thing, right? Your running game works, your play action passes are going to be open.
But Sean
But there's-
Payton does have commitment issues to the run game. We do know this.
and to his lovers.
Oh, no. Sean Payton doesn't know how to commit. Oh, no. He's a flaky man. No, I will say the run game tonight, a whole lot better than last game. Last game, I believe Bo Nix was our leading rusher with 28 rushing yards. Right now, with no Jaleel, we've got Audric Estime now, 7 carries for 36 yards and a touchdown. So the run game already looking significantly improved from last game, especially from the last game that we saw this Chargers team, which is super important. But even better than that, we also see Bo Nix finding his guys through the air, which is awesome. Marvin Mims with 3 receptions, Sutton with 4, Vele with 2, 1 including a touchdown. And we're getting Franklin, Adkins, Williams, Watson, Burton, Troutman. I mean, we're using this offense the way that it's supposed to be used. And I think this Broncos team, every week we're seeing them get a little bit better and, more importantly, a little bit more confident in what they can bring to the table. Now, Nate, I want to ask you something that I found to be very interesting as I was doing a little research before the game relative to this 3-hour show, okay? Did you know or did you not know that Jaden Daniels, before this game, I checked just hours ago, has become a minus 4,000 favorite to win Offensive Rookie of the Year? What kind of baloney is that? Okay, I get it. Bo Nix with 3 turnovers last game, but he also had 3 passing touchdowns, okay? And if Bo Nix goes toe-to-toe with Herbert, with Joe Burrow, and with Patrick Mahomes, as long as the ankle heals up fine, okay? Can you expect those odds to now swing the other way again? Minus 4,000 is insane. After one game of Bo Nix not protecting the football, which he has done well all season long. I want to remind you guys, before you drop in the chat with your opinions on me thinking this is just baloney, that the odds have swung this way. Jaden Daniels has beaten the Giants, who are 2-12, Cincinnati, who is 6-8, the Cardinals, who are 7-7, the Browns, who are 3-11, the Panthers, who are 3-11, Chicago, 4-10, Giants again, 2-12, and the Saints, 6-8. Who has he lost to? Well, good teams.
Right.
So to me, minus 4,000 just feels outrageous, but maybe it's not. I want to know your opinion. Does Jaden Daniels deserve to be a minus 4,000 favorite for Offensive Rookie of the Year after Bo Nix turned the ball over 3 times last week?
I think that's a bit much.
I agree.
I think it's a bit reactionary
I agree.
by the folks in Vegas, but we've seen them miss on Broncos stuff before, haven't we?
Oh, haven't we?
With the 5.5 wins, which they've already surpassed. There we get a sack by DeAndre Tillman there, I think. So, you know what it changes week to week, right? Who's the hero of the week?
That's a big swing.
It is a big swing. It is a big swing.
Gosh.
And these last 3 games could change a lot.
I agree.
But it's worth taking a flyer on it. But you know what I'll say? Screw that award. Screw that award. Right now, this Broncos team is in a position to clinch a playoff.
A ticket on it.
Yeah, that one.
Uh-oh.
We want you to win money.
Right.
We want to bring home the hardware.
Right.
But how, is there any bigger hardware than the Lombardi Trophy? Okay.
You got me there.
So this team, this Denver Broncos team, is Bo putting up huge numbers? He's not. He's having a good game right now. He's over 200 yards passing, 20 of 27. 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. If the Broncos end up winning this game, I bet those odds change a little bit. Jaden Daniels has a bad game on Sunday. Okay, now those odds continue to change. Jaden Daniels poops in the bed the next 2 weeks after that. And
he's going to need a diaper.
He's going to need a diaper.
I mean, my goodness.
And some
Never
new cheats.
thought about that before. Come on now, let's get a big stop here on 4th, shall we? Well, they did.
What I'm concerned about right now is watching the Chargers start to drive down the field and start to kind of tilt the game back. And so
it's looking like it might be going that way.
Right. So they're in scoring position right now. They're down by 11. There's 3 minutes left in the 3rd quarter, and Justin Herbert's starting to get a little momentum going. And there's here's one of these plays where the quarterback goes to slide late, and then Justin Sternad barely hits him, and Justin Herbert goes, ow! And then they throw the flag. Here's what I think about that play. They need to take the baseball slide out of football.
Get it gone.
Number one, when do you see a quarterback's head bounce off the turf? It's when he does that play and a defensive player can't stop himself. You can throw the flag all you want, but if you're actually trying to protect the health of these players, then get rid of it.
That should be a flag on Herbert right there.
Yeah, exactly.
No more baseball slide.
Right.
Done.
And so maybe someday it will be. Because when they need to be treated like runners when they take off running the football and not be treated with kid gloves, because it puts them in a more vulnerable position. And you're seeing a touchdown right there by the Chargers. So that's a walk-in touchdown right there by Gus Edwards.
That's his 2nd one.
And so this is, the Broncos are going to have a game on hand. Anybody who thought that the Broncos are just going to waltz in and punch him in the mouth and take their cookies and go back home, they got a fight on hand. And so now it's up to Sean Payton to reestablish control on offense, and I hope he does that by running the football.
And defense too. I think we've seen stronger halves out of our defense than others, and we know this defense is capable of greatness, but we also know that this Chargers team is capable of greatness when it comes to getting the ball in the end zone. So there's going to be both sides of the ball here are going to have to do their part. They're both going to have to step up and do what they need to do here. And I think they will. I think this is going to be a hard-fought game. They're going for the 2-point attempt right now, the Chargers. Very ballsy play here, but they're going for it. And they're 3-2-1.
Justin Herbert. Oh,
I think he didn't get it.
I don't think he made it.
No bueno.
I don't think he made it. So you're always, when you're a coach and you're deciding whether to go for 2 or go for 1, you're always trying to play the numbers game.
Yep.
And they were down 5. So if they go for 2, they're down 3. So a field goal ties it. I don't think that's really going to be the difference when it comes down to it. I see, there's 2 more minutes left in this third quarter. There's going to be a couple more scores in this game. But as you can see, Justin Sherbert.
Mr. Sherbert. Mr. Sherbert.
What flavor Sherbert is, Justin?
What would you make him? I'd say banana.
I'll say orange Sherbert.
I think banana.
What is the best flavor of sherbet? Sherbet.
It's the one that's got
some people call it sherbet.
Sherbet that's got the all 4
rainbow sherbet. Rainbow sherbet. He's rainbow sherbet. Tackle rainbow sherbet.
Justin Sherbert, rainbow flavor. Get him gone. Yeah, tackle him. No more movements from Mr. Sherbert here. But Nate, we will take a quick pause. You and I talking Broncos. We will be back. We will be doing a full post game. We'll be talking everything. I'll give you a chance to kind of sit, watch the game, gather your thoughts, give me your perspectives. So we're going to take a quick pause there, and I am going to be talking Nuggets. We're going to throw some Nuggets conversations in the mix here, folks, okay? As you guys know, the Nuggets are on the road, taking on the Portland Trailblazers, and the Avs will be hitting the ice soon as well. We're going to get to all of that. For now, we are going to hear from our very own Jesse Montano, who was in San Jose this morning. He's still in San Jose, okay? His hometown, okay?
I'm from San Jose.
So we're going to hear from Jesse Montano now. He went to morning skate this morning, so we're going to hear from him on his thoughts about morning skate, maybe some of his predictions on the game. Let's check in with him and see what he's got to say about morning skate this morning before the puck hits the ice tonight.
Good morning, everybody. Jesse Montano back on the road here at SAP Center in San Jose, California. Busy night tonight for Guerilla Sports. We got Broncos, we got Nuggets, we got Avs. Guerilla Sports Central starts live at 7:30 back in the studio. I'll be checking in right here from San Jose. Let's go over these lineups for tonight. Avs, Sharks, 7:30 here local. That's 8:30 back home. It's going to be Mackenzie Blackwood and Alexander Georgiev going head-to-head tonight. The 2 goalies that were traded for each other about a week ago will face off tonight. Double revenge game. Other than that, the only real lineup change that looks like it's coming for the Avs is Giovanni Smith going back in. Ty Felliber coming out of the lineup. Other than that, things look to be about the same. Josh Manson is getting in some work on the ice here just behind the camera. Not going tonight. Doesn't sound like he'll be back tomorrow either, but good to see him on the trip and getting in some work. Make sure you guys are tuning in. Guerilla Sports Central tonight, live at 7:30. You'll be getting all the coverage from me here in San Jose as puck drops at 8:30 Mountain back home.
Shout out to our very own Jesse Montano in San Jose at Morning Skate, also at the game. He'll be feeding us some clips from coaches, players, and we'll actually be hearing from him again later this evening when I bring Megan back on to talk some Avs in just a little bit. But we are going to talk some basketball now, and I have a very special guest that's in studio that's actually not sitting next to me. He's sitting across from me. I'm going to be chatting a little bit with our very own Ruben. He is a Nuggets fan, Nuggets analyst. He talks his own content in regards to the Denver Nuggets. But Ruben, we're going to talk a little bit about this Nuggets team. This Nuggets team is now this game is underway. They're facing the Portland Trailblazers, who are 8-18. Not a super threatening team in the Western Conference, I wouldn't say. But typically, those are the games where this Nuggets team actually falls short. The games you don't think they need to worry about, they are worrying about. I'm going to give you a little bit of this. The Nuggets, before this game started, were 8.5-point favorites. We had CB, who was deemed questionable, and it doesn't look like, oh, he did play. He is playing. CB is playing, so he was deemed questionable before this game started. He's been having some nagging back injuries going on, and when he was out, we got to see Russell Westbrook and Jamal Murray start at the same time, which was actually a really great thing to see. Maybe one of my favorite first quarters they played, because Russell Westbrook was picking up the pace for this Nuggets team. I loved seeing that. Despite practicing on Tuesday, the Trailblazers starting center DeAndre Ayton was questionable in this one with an illness, but he's out there. He's playing. So the guys we were worried about not seeing out there, they are out there. there. We know the Nuggets are coming off of a nail-biting win against the Sacramento Kings. It was down to the final moments in that game. We had Jamal Murray as the leading scorer with 28 points, Jokic the leading rebounder with another triple-double, and Russell Westbrook as a starter, 18, 9, and 10. Ruben, I know the game has already started, but how are you feeling about this matchup tonight for our Denver Nuggets?
I'm not going to lie. The Nuggets have done this pretty much all year. They play down to the competition. The Portland Trailblazers, the third worst team in the West right now, don't have a whole lot of, they have quite a bit of talent, but they don't have like collective unit, type of play like the Nuggets do, where they play great, team ball. It seems like Portland Trailblazers, since Damian Lillard has left, they're kind of rebuilding, and they're just kind of, it almost seems like they don't know themselves what they want to do with this team. They have a couple of veterans in Jeremy Grant and DeAndre Ayton, who hasn't really been that good for the Portland Trailblazers. As a matter of fact, he's gotten worse, from the season he had with the Suns. So, what do you do with those pieces? But this is a bit of a scary game when you think about it. I almost don't want it to be like that game where they went up against the Washington Wizards and all of a sudden it's just like madness, and they're just like playing down the competition. You were talking earlier about weaknesses of each team. One of the weaknesses for the Nuggets is playing down the competition. You don't want to see that, especially for a team that's trying to contend for a championship again. But it seems right now, the game right now, 6-9, and Denver down 6-9. A bit of a slow start. You don't want to see that. And could that be something related to Christian Brown? We'll see. It's just you have to win this game, but it is a little iffy whenever Nuggets have known to not play up to competition. So I don't know. What do you think, Liv? Are you a little scared about this one?
Listen, I feel like every time the Denver Nuggets play, I'm scared. That is just my just default setting at this point. It's just to be worried. It doesn't matter who they're playing. I am always worried about this Nuggets team. They do have some issues that they've got to work through. It is a long season, but we are seeing them drop games against opponents that they have no business dropping games against. And we know late in the season, when they're fighting for that number 1 seed in the West, those games matter. Even if it's a long season, these early games will eventually catch up to them. I predict in this game a lot of points. That was my initial prediction. Now, we're not seeing that. We're seeing that slow start that at the top of the show, we talked about the Avs struggling with that problem. And typically, outside of tonight, the Broncos also have slow starts to their games. So I expected a lot of points in this one because both Portland and Denver rank bottom 10 in points allowed. Better than that, both teams also rank bottom 10 in three-pointers made by their opponents. To me, this is a really great game to get Michael Porter Jr. back on track, especially given the nature of the trade rumors that are swirling around his name right now. In my opinion, I have a lot of thoughts on the trade rumors. I don't necessarily love it, and I will be bringing on a special guest later tonight, national NBA reporter for Forbes, Evan Sidery, to discuss all things Michael Porter Jr. trade rumors, because they are circulating. There's a lot of conversations happening right now, and to me, this is a great night for MPJ to prove that he is meant to be a Denver Nugget, and he has been one of the Denver Nuggets' most consistent offensive players for some time now. Is he perfect? No, he's not. But he is definitely doing what he needs to do for this team and has for some time. And so the trade rumors, to me, with that three-point shooting that this Trailblazers team allows to their opponents, same with Denver. We know they don't play perimeter defense. They actually wouldn't know perimeter defense if it smacked them upside the head. But apparently, neither would the Trailblazers. So to me, this is a great spot for Michael Porter Jr. to get some of those trade rumors maybe canceled by the front office for Denver. But Ruben, what are your last second thoughts here on those trade rumors swirling around MPJ right now? I know I'm going to be talking to Evan Sidery later, but what are your thoughts for now? And then we'll get back to Broncos talk.
I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Obviously, the rumor is, the Nuggets have shown interest in Zach LaVine. If that was to come to fruition, that would be such a bad move by the Nuggets. One, because the Nuggets are not very good three-point shooting team. But if you were to trade Michael Porter, you're getting rid of your best three-point shooter. Also, you're going to be downsizing if you bring in Zach LaVine. He's a 6'5" shooting guard. You're going to have to shovel, if that comes to fruition, you're going to have to shovel some pieces around to make him fit more as a shooting guard as opposed to a small forward. But also, Michael Porter has beefed up this year. He's much better rebounder, hitting the glass a lot better this year, rebounding on the defensive end a lot better. So you're giving away that aspect of Michael Porter's game in an area where the Nuggets have struggled all season. The Nuggets have struggled rebounding the ball quite a bit. And when you're getting rid of size to opt for more scoring, it just doesn't make sense for the Nuggets if they were to go through with this. The Nuggets don't need more offense. If anything, go look for more offensive firepower for the bench. I don't know. To me, it just doesn't make sense. I don't like it. Get rid of that rumor. Please, Nuggets, don't trade Michael Porter. It'll be done.
I agree with you, Ruben, and I've got lots of thoughts that I will share later with our special guest. Ruben, thank you so much for joining us. And while I was talking Nuggets, I had Nate right next to me watching this Broncos game right in front of us. Nate, give us an update. How are you feeling? Have you noticed anything while I've been talking?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I don't like your attitude right now. I really don't. You're feeling like I should be worried.
I'm watching the freaking game, Liv, and what I'm seeing is that the Broncos are ceding the momentum that I told you about, and the energetic sort of reality that I'm witnessing are the Broncos now are being pushed around instead of pushing the Chargers around like they did at the beginning of this game. Now, the Broncos need to find a way to put more pressure on Justin Herbert. He's got a lot of time back there, and he's being able to pick them apart and allow these guys to really work their routes, push their depths, and get out of their breaks. And he just got another first down at the end of the third quarter there. The Broncos had to punt, went 3 and out. There were 3 crappy plays in a row, Liv.
Wow.
You know, a run on first
3
down.
in a row, you say?
Well, a run on first down that got no yards. A little screen pass to Marvin Mims that got 1 yard. And then a pass to Javonte Williams that got 2 yards, but almost got interceptioned. Almost got intercepted.
By Sherbert.
By Justin Sherbert. By Rainbow Sherbert's team. Derwin James jumped the route. He saw it the whole way. He went for the check down, Bo Nix did, and it was almost picked off. They had to punt the ball. They did, and now the Chargers are driving again. This is a problem right now. The Broncos have to tighten up their bootstraps, and you're going into the fourth quarter here, and there's a lot on the line here. Now, the Broncos' playoff aspirations wouldn't die if they lost this game here. It wouldn't be the end of the world, but they have 2 difficult opponents coming up.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be like negative. I don't want to be negative Nancy here.
Well,
but
you
I
know
wanted
me.
to,
I'm
but,
queen of negative. So
no,
hit
you're
me
not.
with
You're
it.
positive.
Hit me with the negatives.
You're positive Paula.
No,
okay?
I'm not. Screw Paula.
You're positive Patricia.
Screw Paula. Screw
right?
Patricia. I'm Nancy today.
Negative Ned. Okay.
How
no,
scared,
here's what I wanted to.
right now?
Here's what I wanted to say.
Okay. Here we go.
I was on a team.
Okay.
In 2007 or 8, where we were 8-5, and all we had to do was win one of our last 3, and we were in the playoffs. Okay. We lost 3 straight. We went 8-8. We missed the playoffs, and everybody got fired.
So how is that supposed to make me feel better?
What
Nathan?
I'm saying is these moments right now can determine your fate. You're going into the fourth quarter.
No pressure.
If the Broncos were to lose this game, then that could create a tide, a momentum of negativity, and because this is a young team.
It is.
And
definitely.
they haven't faced a lot of like adversity, quote unquote, when their expectations were high. Right now, the expectations around this team are very high. And they've created that by playing very well. And so they've earned that. They've earned the right to be on national TV. They've earned the right to have high expectations. But they also have to meet this moment. And they're in the fourth quarter right now. And the Chargers are driving, and the Chargers are starting to gain some of the momentum back. Somebody on this defense needs to step up and make a big play. Somebody on offense.
Who's it going to be?
And you can see Bo Nix.
Brandon Jones.
And what I like to see is Bo Nix right there talking to his guys on the sideline and getting in their ear about what they got to do, which I love. A lot of rookie quarterbacks, Caleb Williams, for example, what would he be doing right now? Flopping around on the ground, crying, painting his fingernails. Who knows what he'd be doing?
In his bed, probably.
Right. So I like the cut of his jib, this Bo guy. And look. They're
going to call roughing the passer? Is that what they're going to do?
Maybe a little.
Of course.
Could be a little horse collar.
I think there was a little bit of horse collar going on there.
Justin Sherbert could have been grabbing his face mask there.
Sherby with a face mask.
Sherby Hancock.
Rainbow Sherbert with a face mask. Okay, let's see what the call is. Oh God, I don't feel like it's going to be good.
Personal foul. Horse collar. Yeah. Horse collar tackle. So once again, the breaks, right, start going the other team's way. The Broncos probably played the best first half of football we've ever seen them play under the Sean Payton regime today, at least with Bo Nix.
Right.
3 straight touchdown scoring drives.
Face mask.
Right.
Before the horse collar, he was trying not to have his neck broken.
Right.
Okay, refs, come on, have a little compassion here.
So a lot of times, and this is a way in which offensive rules are not always favorable to
call?
defensive rule. They called a horse collar tackle on Jonathan Cooper right there. Even though they pulled him down from the side while Justin Herbert was stiff arming him in the face.
How would you feel if I did this to you, huh?
I wouldn't like it.
Would you pull my horse collar?
I wouldn't like it at
Would you
all.
pull my?
I wouldn't like it at all, Liv. No, but you
Would
know
you
what?
pull me by the collar to get me to knock it off?
I would.
Probably.
I would.
Right.
But
okay.
that's where the rules sometimes favor the
Golly.
offense. Okay.
Of course.
So you're able to, when I'm a runner, when I have the ball in my hand, I'm actually able to stiff arm you in the face mask. I'm not supposed to grab
That's
it,
rude.
but I can actually hit you in the face. Whereas a defensive player can't do hands to the face.
Try me.
I won't do that. But if you put on that helmet, I will.
Maybe I should get the helmet. We should just practice it right now. That'd be good.
No, but as an offensive ball carrier, we were always, I always knew, and every offensive ball carrier does, is that you can stiff arm the defensive player right in the face.
right.
And so that's what Justin Herbert was doing. They're gonna slant the game to protect the quarterbacks, and they're not gonna call the quarterback for that. They're not gonna call Rainbow Sherbert for that.
So can you get a little tricky with it and maybe put the heel of your hand up a little tiny bit so you're
Yeah.
not like actually grabbing?
Yeah.
So it kind of feels
And that's what
like
he was
it's a
doing
thing.
there.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
kind of what I'm now seeing. I'm like, that looked.
There's a flag on the field
Please,
there.
offense. God, refs.
It
Please.
looked like a hold there, or some sort of defensive. Well, no,
Isn't
some
this
sort of.
holding?
Yeah, that's holding. You saw that?
Holding. No,
Oh.
I'm manifesting.
Manifest.
We want holding on offense.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Holding.
But it looked like it was in the secondary. Oh, it was offsides.
For who?
Defense. So this is where it unravels. Okay, and it starts to get a little sloppy here. And
Oh, it's sloppy.
need
it's
to
been
tighten it
sloppy
up.
now. I'm upset.
And look, this is on. So this is when you know things are a little weird because Zach Allen is the one who jumped off there. Zach Allen having an All-Pro type of year.
right.
Zach Allen playing better than he ever has in his career, is a leader on this top 3 defense. And so this is a test right now. And the Broncos young team is being tested by these circumstances. And
we need a pick 6. That's my next manifestation. Pick 6.
okay.
I actually placed a bet on a pick 6. Get him.
How about just a nice stop there? Look at that.
That'll do. That'll do.
that'll
I'll take
dude.
it. That'll do it. Yep.
Bringing up a 3rd and 5 there. So, I do want to mention Chris Abrams-Drain who had that interception.
Yeah, big
So
time.
rookie replaced Levi Wallace, who had a couple weeks ago against Jerry Jeudy, one of the worst games I've ever seen a cornerback play. Jerry Jeudy had an awesome game, but the majority of his plays were made on Levi Wallace, who looked like he was asleep out there.
Yeah.
And Levi Wallace, who has something like 80 starts as a pro, got benched for that. And now Chris Abrams-Drain, who's a rookie, is out there playing pretty darn well in Riley Moss's absence. Riley Moss still injured, hurt his MCL a few weeks back. Can't expect him to be back anytime soon. I've torn my MCL before. Another flag on the play there on a 1st down catch by the Chargers. We'll see what flag that is. But I've torn my ACL. I've torn my MCL before, and it was a similar
How
injury.
many seals have you torn, huh?
Just one, the MCL.
Jeez.
Yeah, the ACL is the one you really don't want to tear. The MCL is on the inside of the knee, and that one heals a lot
Quicker?
better.
Okay,
Yeah,
quicker
yeah.
recovery. Good.
I didn't need surgery for it. And Riley is the
Defense
same.
again. Number 82, I think he said.
Penalty decline because they picked up the 1st down. So Chargers are driving, maybe in field goal range here. But here's how the points.
Should I start getting ticked off or no?
No.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, if you want, you can be negative Nancy. I'll be positive Paul.
Well, listen, I just, sometimes it just, I just know that this Broncos team is, yes, they are well coached, but I also think that if they let this thing get too far ahead of them, it's going to be tough cookies. So I just need them to tighten up a little bit relative to the score on the board. Oh, gosh, see.
The 1st down, Lad McConkey inside the 20. So, this is when that missed 2-point conversion, matters a little bit here. Whereas the field goal would tie it, they're going to need a touchdown. Does that change the way you call plays? Does that change ultimately what you do? Probably a little bit. But the Chargers are moving the ball with such ease right now that, if you're Sean Payton, you're thinking, I'm gonna need to score another touchdown here. I'm not like the Broncos offense is gonna need to score another touchdown here.
Why are we letting McConkey do what he just did?
McConkey's balling though.
I know, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
Not one bit. I
Me
really,
neither.
really don't.
Me neither.
Okay, 1st and 10. Let's get a pick 6 right here, right now. This is the moment of truth.
Oh, that's a
Or a
6.
touchdown.
That's 6, but not a pick
That's
6.
6, but not for us.
That's a dick 6. Fuck that. Damn it.
Wow. Okay. Well, I think this is now a really good time to just take a little breather here from Broncos because we do have pucks hitting ice for this Avalanche team, like almost right about now. But before we do that, I am going to remind you guys that we've got some friends that go after the name of Landmark Lincoln. And you can actually head over to landmarklincoln.com to check out their latest offers and incentives, including incredible tax incentives on their all-new Corsair GT plug-in hybrid. Okay. Or stop in at the corner of Broadway and Bellevue today and see why they've been Colorado's trusted Lincoln dealer since 1911. Check out our friends over at Landmark Lincoln. And in just a moment, we are going to pop that graphic back up on the screen, cut to a quick commercial break, and we will see you in just a moment. I'm bringing Megan Angley on to talk a little bit of Avs before we talk post-game for the Broncos. Hopefully, while Nate is watching without me, the Broncos can do some good stuff. But for now, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and then Megan Angley is joining me to talk some hockey. Matchup. Is this a winnable game for the Avs? Do you kind of feel like me where when you've got some of those star guys out there, every game for this Avs team is winnable if they do the right things? But how do you feel about this one, and give us kind of an update on your feelings about this matchup?
It's a must win because I delayed scrutiny after Monday's night's loss to the Vancouver Canucks. They fell 3-1, but the team was really sick. They've been battling a bug coming back from their most recent road trip.
Okay.
So I granted them some allowances. This is the first game in a back-to-back, so it is a little bit of a challenge just generally looking at both. But San Jose tonight, Anaheim tomorrow, two teams that the Avs should beat. They're both struggling teams kind of in a rebuilding phase in their organization. Colorado needs to adjust from what they did on Monday. I gave them some passes because they weren't feeling well. Not a great night from the top guys, too.
Okay.
So I'm looking at them a little more critically than I would have on Monday.
Do you ever think that you give them too much grace, Megan? I'm putting you totally on the spot. Megan's like, this was not in the rundown, Liv, by the way. But do you ever think you give them a little too much grace because you get to see the back end of this team and you have you know them as humans as much as you know them as athletes. So do you ever feel like you're maybe a little too patient with the Avs and some of the mistakes that they make?
I will definitely say I'm more patient than some of the fan base.
Okay.
But I think it's important to have a range of optimism in the pool of analysts that exist that cover this team.
Is key. Yes.
There's a lot of negativity that exists too. And I think when the team wins a cup, the seasons that follow, the expectation to get there again is heightened more than ever before because you saw that winning was within reach and this core is still relatively intact.
Yep.
And I understand and respect the fans who maybe ride these top guys a little harder because we've seen them achieve such amazing things. There is valid expectation there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I think for good reason, fans get frustrated because they want the most out of their team, right? And when unfortunately, I think sometimes winning a championship can be a really tough thing because you've seen that team at their best and you've seen that team be the best version of themselves. And so anything less than that feels like a disappointment to fans. But you get to see the back end, like I said. And Megan, I don't really know hockey. I turn it on typically as a bandwagon Avs fans during the playoff because the playoffs are fun. Hockey playoffs are maybe one of the most fun playoffs out there. So I definitely turn on my TV a little bit more for the Avalanche when they're in the playoffs and when I feel like they're really cooking and finding their rhythm. It is a very, very long season. So how do you, as a reporter and also maybe a fan of this team, not lose hope when they drop games that they shouldn't? And you have the injuries and the illnesses and it feels like that constant roller coaster. I feel it with the Nuggets 24/7. It feels like I can never sit and get comfortable. At what point with this Avs team do you feel like fans can hit the panic button if things continue to go down this direction? Because it is a long season.
Well, the playoff picture is at stake right now. So they have to start stringing together wins to ensure their ticket to the dance.
So these matter. These games, despite a long season, these matter.
They absolutely matter. And even though it is an 82-game season and there is plenty of it left, there isn't much more reinforcement expected to come. Gabriel Landeskog has been an unknown all year, and that is a player that we are still hopeful will return at some point.
Okay.
Manson, Druin, hopefully they eventually come back too, but this is kind of the group they got. So they need to be able to figure out how to win games with this group of guys because realistically, it's going to look a little bit similar going into the playoffs. Now, there is the trade deadline in spring, so they can make some more big changes based upon needs. I think it's very possible.
Okay.
Now, you talked about some of the Nuggets' needs being depth and defense.
Yeah.
Depth is where the Colorado Avalanche might need to reevaluate how this team looks post-deadline because they've had a lot of guys step up. You know, I think we're now at 8 NHL debuts from players that we never expected to necessarily crack the NHL, let alone this year.
Right.
And it is a huge need then of this team to roll 4 competitive lines. Right now, I keep referring to the top 6. Those are still guys that are very talented. But beyond that, they need to carry more of a scoring punch than they do right now. And I think they've been at their best when they do get a little bit of secondary scoring in addition to what the top guys are doing on a given night. And that's going to be an area that they look at more closely around the deadline. And it's usually the easier area to fill. So that's why I'm not hitting any sort of panic button just yet.
Okay. I like that. Now, let's say they stay healthy. Injuries are not an issue and illnesses are not an issue. We know that these athletes at the end of the day are also human beings. So full transparency, folks, if I seem distracted, Nate's looking a little panicked in the chair over there. So that's starting to freak me the frick out. But it's okay. I'm going to keep my cool. I talked with Megan Angley here. Nate, keep it down over there with the emotions relative to the Broncos game. Okay. But I want to ask you, if health is a non-issue for this team, could they go the distance?
Easily.
Okay, because I've asked my brother. He loves the Avs. He's a big fan. He bets on the Avs. He watches the Avs regularly, and he kind of had a similar response. He's like, "This is a good team. I don't know hockey, so that's why I'm asking these questions. If they can stay healthy, is this a team that you could see winning another Stanley Cup?"
They've had to make big sacrifices following the Cup,
Okay.
and to have kept the core together as much as they have is pretty impressive in this Cup era for the NHL especially. And so I don't want to take that for granted that they've been able to retain Devon Toews, Cale Makar, two of the best defensemen in the league, an incredible top pair, Nathan MacKinnon, Mikko Rantanen, Arturi Lehkonen in the mix, Josh Manson in the mix. They have won a Stanley Cup with all of these players. Logan O'Connor, maybe more of a depth player, also won a cup with this team. They still have these core pieces. And then to look at where MacKinnon is at in his career, Makar as well, Rantanen as well, they're in their primes. Their window for what they're capable of individually, they're just trending upwards at this point.
Okay.
And so it's important for the organization to capitalize on the window that these players are in by supporting them with a well-constructed lineup. And that's why the moves in net were very shocking, but it was incredibly important because you could tell the confidence the team had in net had waned at this point. And because they've gone out and made those changes, you feel from the front office that they're pushing their chips to the middle again. I felt they did this last deadline, and honestly, the Dallas series in the playoffs last year, they couldn't overcome losing Devon Toews and Val Nichushkin for reasons we're all very well aware of at this point. And so, there's a lot on the players' shoulders too to make this happen, but I've seen them do it before. I left out Val Nichushkin in the original part of the core that I'm discussing, but he's a huge piece on this team too. And since returning from his suspension, he does seem to have his head on straight this time around. And I want to throw my full backing and support behind him for what he can do with this team in another playoff run.
I love it. So let's talk about tonight's specific matchup. You said there's some storylines attached to this one. There's some revenge aspect here. Emotions may be high. To a non-hockey fan, I'm thinking this early in the season, it's just another game. Sounds like it's not just another game. This is kind of a big deal. How do you see tonight's matchup unfolding for this Avs team?
Well, they have some business to take care of. They shouldn't underestimate the San Jose Sharks. You talked about, I want to say, was it the Nuggets playing down to competition at times against lesser teams?
They do that
maybe
a lot.
Not always showing up. Ruben was talking about it earlier. That's true of Colorado. They can beat the New Jersey Devils. They just did recently. That's one of the best teams in the East. They need to take care of business with the San Jose Sharks. Everybody knows this is a struggling team, but they have a young scoring core that is beginning to figure out what they want to be doing in the NHL. And so they need to be careful of Macklin Celebrini. And on the opposite side of this Georgiev trade, Avs receive Mackenzie Blackwood. They send Nikolai Kovalenko the other way. He's a 25-year-old prospect for Colorado who has had 4 assists in his last 5 games since going to San Jose, and he's playing on a line with Macklin Celebrini and Tyler Toffoli, and he's found a lot of success there. So they're going to need to be careful to mind the details in their own end and play a strong defensive game because they made a lot of unforced mistakes in the Vancouver game on Monday night. So I'm looking for them to clean up those details. But then this is where I'm really keying in on them a little harshly.
I love it.
The power play. It has not been good enough. This is usually a top 3 power play in the league year by year, and it started this year as a top 3 power play. In the month of December, they're 31 of 32. They have scored
How does a drop off like that happen, Megan? Seriously, to someone that doesn't know and doesn't watch, how do you drop from top 3 to bottom 3?
Special teams are inevitably going to go through up and down.
Of course.
And so that's just true of both the penalty kill and the power play. But the power play has been experiencing an identity crisis, which is weird because it's the same 5 guys year after year.
Interesting.
It's essentially the same 5 guys. There's 2 units, and on each one, there's personnel that would probably be on someone else's top unit elsewhere from the Avs second unit because there are such good players to choose from both. That top unit is made up of some elite players, 50 goal scorer Mikko Rantanen, 100-point season Nathan MacKinnon, Cale Makar, Norris Trophy winner, special players, right? They have been doing too much. They've been in their own heads. They're overpassing the puck, and they're straying from what usually brings them success, and I think it's because they're overthinking it. I want to see them get back to the basics and play to their strengths because I think they fear maybe they've become too predictable on the power play because it is so good year after year. Teams can counter what they do well. They can anticipate passing the puck to Cale Makar at the point. And so they are going to try to stifle him by putting bodies around him.
Yeah.
But what they can't counter ever, if the Avs believe in themselves enough, is their speed. And I want to see the Avs bring that attack mentality and that pace that they usually employ 5v5 to their power play, because right now it's just not good enough. I think it's 1 power play goal through 19 opportunities in 8 games here in December to make one of the worst in the league for the power play. It's just not good enough. And we know they're capable of better.
Well, and you talk a little bit, it sounds like there's maybe an aspect of a mental block that is attached to that. You, in spending time with these athletes outside of them being on the ice and all of us being able to tune in and watch it on our TVs, you get to, I think we see Nuke scores, PP goal.
I love this take also. Nichushkin was elevated to the top line tonight, and he got put back on the top unit. He is a huge net front presence. They call him the choo-choo train, and he actually plays hockey like a freight train. He is both very powerful, but also very skilled, and he has a nose for the net. And he scored the lone goal in Monday night's game. So I'd like to see him jumpstart that top line, also that top unit. I think that he's due, especially being the only goal scorer from Monday.
I love that. Okay, and so when you are around these athletes, and it sounds like there is that mental block, can you feel that in the locker room? Can you feel like there's just this gray cloud a little bit? Because I do think for so many seasons, to tie it back to the Broncos, who, if you guys are tuning into all things Denver Broncos, the people in the room here are freaking me out. Still, it is 27-24 Chargers, and the Chargers have the ball, and they are moving it. Not actually super sack on the quarterback. Mr. Rainbow Sherby. Oh, baby. Sorry, Megan. That was so rude. We're in the middle of some hockey talk here. But you know what? Rainbow Sherbert, Mr. Justin, just got sacked to the ground relative to the Broncos game. So what do you want me to say? Okay. All right. We're moving back on. I am so sorry, Megan. Let me fix my hair.
I love the Rainbow Sherbert bit.
Wow. Holy moly. Okay. So you're around this team. Do you feel that? Because so many seasons, it felt like the Broncos just had this gray cloud. It was that post-Super Bowl hangover that lasted decades. It was like, oh my gosh, if they don't believe in themselves, how can they expect anybody else to? Do you feel like this is something they can overcome in this season? Or is this just like, do we need to make more changes to this team in order to get rid of, because again, Sean Payton, I'm going to teach you a little Broncos here. I know you watch and follow all things Denver sports, but he kind of came in and said, clean house. Like, we got to get rid of the losing stench in Denver. I don't want, as much as Denver may love these certain players that have been here for forever, they kind of carried that losing stench with them. Do you think that that is there with this Avs team? And is it something that they can overcome?
No. I think some of the goaltending changes, because they didn't just trade Alexander Georgiev, their presumed starter at the start of this year. They also traded backup goaltender Justus Annunen, a prospect that was in the pipeline and homegrown. That was difficult to part ways with too. And it's not because Georgiev and Annunen were losers. Right. They were attached to this rain crowd that did hang over the team because in addition to the injuries, they just weren't getting it done consistently enough in net. And the team couldn't count on what goaltender they were going to get on any given night, and that was a problem. So I don't look at the personalities of Georgiev and Annunen as critically as I do the lack of consistency, and I think they can go on to find that on other teams and still have successful careers. It just wasn't working here in Colorado. They needed to hit a reset. But the reason I'm not worried about this lingering over their heads more into the season, because there are still injuries at play here.
Of course, and that's tough. It's tough.
They've seen worse. Yeah. The 48-point season is such an intriguing marker for this team because it's Jared Bednar's inaugural season, but what he's built from that point on is so intentional, and the players have also bought in to more of a winning mentality. And so I think they recognize too, the players that they bring in, the goaltenders and Scott Wedgwood and Mackenzie Blackwood, are huge vibes guys. So it's not
we like vibes. I like vibes.
Exactly.
Good vibes. I'm all about the good vibes. Yeah.
They needed good vibes.
Love that.
That helps to keep the rain away as well, bringing in guys who just have infectious positive attitudes, not only good goaltenders with a little more experience than Scott Wedgwood, a veteran goaltender, but also great attitudes. And so I think that also helps
reminds
to
me
sort
of
of
Russell
refresh.
Westbrook.
I think that's a solid point. The veteran experience it can have a huge impact on a locker
Yes.
room. And I think we are seeing the immediate returns of that following the Scott Wedgwood trade.
Well, you know what's interesting, and this is kind of a parallel that we can draw, and we will be talking that later. I want to sit down with you. By the way, the later part of this show will be all things Avalanche. I keep bringing Megan on and kicking her off, but it's only because we've got this Broncos game. We've got Sherbert on the ground, lying there, wee, wah, wah, crying like a baby. So we've got things to talk about as it pertains to Denver Broncos. We've also got the Denver Nuggets in full swing. I'm a little scared to update that score, so maybe I won't, because when they play down, which appears they're tied against the Trailblazers. Oh no, they're actually down. So there we go. But back to the parallels, which I want to talk with you about later. I think there are a lot of similarities, and I think one thing I had to be very patient with when it came to this Nuggets team and the changes that they were making this season. They're good changes, and they're going to be good changes, but they don't just click like this, right? When you get new players to a team, or you get rid of players that maybe brought something to the locker room or changed the culture in some way, you have to have that patience knowing that there's a grace period that has to be allowed for change, because it's not always going to be this quick and easy process. Do you think maybe there's going to be some of that right here in this part of the season, having made that change with Blackwood?
Yes,
Okay.
there's a lot of wood.
Okay, I was going to say, isn't there Miles Wood?
There's a Miles Wood, a Scott Wedgwood, and a Mackenzie Blackwood.
What? A lot of woods, people. Where's Cedarwood? Let's get Cedarwood out here, folks. Okay, so because of all the changes, is there going to have to be a little bit of a grace period? Now, you do mention when the playoffs are at risk, it's like the grace can only be so thin, but is some of what we're seeing with the Avs in some of their struggles just them kind of reacclimating to new people, new leaders, new energy, and new personalities on this team and in the locker room?
I think because goaltending is kind of a unique position already,
Mm-hmm.
it's a strength of these goaltenders in particular to go into a new room and just assimilate. They're kind of like golden retrievers, especially Scott Wedgwood. He is just making himself a part of this team. There really isn't another choice, and nothing helps to bring a group together more than winning. So I think that's also a very necessary component in all of this. It's important for their playoff picture. They're 2 points back of Dallas now in the Central Division, and so they have some work to do, and winning can help them.
You know, winning does a lot of really good things, not just for a team, but also for a city and also for a fan base. So it really, really is super, super important. I want to do a quick little Nuggets update before I once again kick Megan off of here. How disrespectful am I? Truly, if I could sit and talk about all of these teams at once, I would. But there is so much going on tonight, and that's why we are here with our first ever Guerilla Sports Central to bring you all things Denver sports all at once on one night, on a Thursday night. Thursdays are normally boring. Who cares about a Thursday? Well, tonight we do. Guerilla Sports Central. I'm Liv Moods. This is Megan Angley. We're talking hockey right now. Really quickly, we'll give you a little update on all things Nuggets. I'm scared. I'm about to hit refresh. Should I cry? Should I panic? Well, yes, we are down. And based on the box score alone, I'm going to just take a gander here. Okay, Aaron Gordon doing a whole lot of zip. All right, no problem. There's some time on the clock still. Jamal Murray, 6 points. We've got Jokic with 9. Michael Porter Jr. Do you remember me talking about Michael Porter Jr. taking this opportunity to say, screw those trade rumors? This team allows 3-pointers. He's 3 of 4 from the 3-point line right now. It's like I'm a fortune teller, folks. Did I think that they would be down to this Portland Trailblazers team? No, because I have high expectations for this team. We've got Peyton Watson that's got 4 off the bench, Russell Westbrook with 5, and Strother with 3. So hopefully this Nuggets team can continue to progress in the right direction here. Right now, I may be a little delayed here, but we're about 3 minutes until halftime, and they are down by 1 for this Denver Nuggets team. So we are going to cut to a very quick commercial break. I'm going to get Nate Jackson back over here because from what I can tell, the game is going a lot of different directions right now, but there is 4.5 minutes left in this game. So we've got to sit up here. We've got to watch the tail end of this game, react to it. And when we are done reacting to this Broncos game, we're going to take a little break from Broncos, go back into Avs, and hopefully check in with our friend Jesse Montano, who is live from San Jose to give us a little intermission update. We'll get Megan's thoughts on how this Avs matchup is going so far. So give us a moment. We're going to take another quick commercial break. I'm going to sip a little water, maybe apply some more lip gloss, and hope that helps this Broncos team. And we're going to bring Nate Jackson back over here. So stay tuned. We will be right back. I'm not liking it, folks. I'm not liking it at all. Bo Nick's kind of looking like a Debbie Downer. I think he was picking hangnails on the sideline. Nate, what gives? This is not the vibe tonight. This is just not the vibe. Now, I don't want to be Miss Nancy tonight. I'd like to be positive Patty or positive whatever you said.
Patricia.
But
It's
Patricia, what?
Patricia. Where are you, Patricia? How? But Patty.
Don't mess with me now.
I think he was down.
Oh my God. All that for nothing.
So quite
I
a long,
gave myself a heart attack for no reason at all. There you
quite
have it.
a long run there by Gus Edwards. Who already has 2 touchdowns. You know, it's interesting the tale of 2 halves that's been going on here. The Broncos pushing the Chargers around in the first half, establishing the run in the first half. In the second half, they've only carried the ball like 8 times for like 19 yards or something crazy like that. And the Chargers have flipped the script and are the ones pushing the Broncos around and moving the football. Now, with that super long run there by Gus Edwards, puts them in a field goal range. They're up 3, and now the Broncos are going to have to come up with a stop here. Now, the Broncos have all 3 of their timeouts.
Get him. There you go, Brandon Jones. Get him to the floor.
Broncos have all 3 of their timeouts here, but it's just it's not looking great.
Mm-mm.
And look, you have to give some credit to the Chargers coaching staff for making some adjustments at halftime that have really worked.
No. I'm not giving them
I'm
credit.
trying to offer some
wrong with you?
unbiased analysis here.
I know. I do respect you for that. You're right.
And
You're
so,
right.
you know, whatever Sean Payton was doing that was working in the first half, none of it has
no
worked in the
longer
second half.
working. Yeah.
The Broncos went touchdown, and ever since then it's been punt, field goal, punt. So will they get the ball back? Time will tell. There's only a couple minutes left. It's not looking good for the Broncos right now, Liv.
No, it's really not. And, you know, is all hope lost? No. You want to know why? Because I'm going to remind you of this simple little fact. Which game was it where fourth quarter was their best quarter?
I like the positivity. The Broncos have
You know
played.
what this is?
Hey.
Tell me you know what that is.
Hey.
No, what is it called?
The dance where you go, hey.
You're cranking that Soldier Boy.
Oh, yeah, Soldier Boy.
Yeah, okay.
Oh. But that is not good. That's a touchdown. Oh, and there's your ball game, really. Unless you believe that the Denver Broncos possess the ability to score twice in the next 3 minutes, which they have not shown this half that they can do. So prior to that,
good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Prior to that scoring play right there, which just looked too freaking easy there.
You know,
So this is what's crazy about football, because the Denver Broncos defense has been pretty darn good. They have gotten gashed. They got gashed against the Browns, but they stiffened up at the end and were able to make some big plays, some returns, some pick sixes to help them win the game. Right now, these defensive players have not been able to come up with a big play to help them ice the game or to help out the offense. And sometimes, you know, we talk about complete games, right?
Yep.
All phases. What phase of your team is going to pick you up when the other is faltering? And the Broncos offense in the second half has sucked.
Yeah.
And the defense has not been able to step up and match that.
And they shouldn't have to every game.
No.
We've seen our defense cut our offense a lot of breaks in a lot of different games. And I guess my question for you, Nate, is does our defense look like they might be getting tired?
Well, in this game, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so the things we were talking about before about how they look fresh, look at them. They're coming off of this. You know, they had a bye last week before this last game that they won against the Colts. So maybe they're pretty fresh coming into this Thursday game. They don't look that way anymore.
Right.
You know, and so it's a short week. They're the road team. Your schedule on a short week and a road game is very condensed. You play the game on Sunday. You come in on Monday, watch a little film. You maybe get a little run and a lift, and then on Tuesday you practice. But then on Wednesday you're on a flight and you're going to LA. But Sean Payton wanted this, though. He wanted it. They had to put their name in the hat for this Thursday flex. This Thursday flex you're watching right now, this primetime flex.
Welcome to the gun show.
Is the first time that a team has ever been flexed into a Thursday night game. And the teams had to agree to be able to do that.
Shout out Brandon
Sean
Jones
Payton,
right there.
Yeah, and he's leading the team in tackles tonight, as he has been almost all year. Brandon Jones having a great season.
I blame Peyton, that comment says.
For what do you blame Peyton for? Commenter.
We need more specifics, John. Also, don't be afraid to get in the chat, okay? Our producers are deciding which chats we put up on the screen. We may feature yours. We may talk to you. We may ask you to elaborate a little bit, John. What do you mean you're blaming Sean Payton? Let us know what that looks like. Now,
John, we may ask you to bring us a tub of rainbow sherbet so we can throw it on the ground and watch it melt. What do you
that's
say,
one
John?
way to put it, John.
No,
So
but
you can get on over here with a tub of the rainbow sherbet. That would be great.
But
we
look,
would really appreciate
at Sean Payton is not calling the defense, right? And so VJ, and so this defense has looked pretty bad this second half. So does Vance Joseph bear some of the brunt of that? So I think that, look, unless the Broncos can find a way to score a touchdown and a field goal in the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds, this is going to be a massive wasted opportunity. And it's going to be something like Cortland Sutton just caught a first down, but where's Cortland been all game?
That was Bailey, actually.
No, but the play before that. But where's Cortland?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. And when I'm looking at this, when I'm looking at the box score here, if you're a stats guy, Marvin Mims, 3 receptions, 62 yards. Cortland Sutton has had 4, but
For what? How many yards? 30?
39. You're close. 39.
Oh God.
These trick plays. And
Yeah,
there's a
but it
flag.
was a forward lateral, and he's going to get flagged for it. So, I applaud him for trying right there. So Bo Nix.
Let me take these specs off for a second so I can get serious. How about that?
Are those real glasses or are they?
Little blue light action.
Oh.
Get rid of the migraines.
Does it work?
Not
Not at this point, right?
I mean, if I have a headache every day, probably not.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not. But I this is a tough one. This is a very tough game because I think probably a lot of fans want to know, Nate, is hope lost for this Broncos team to make a playoff run?
No, not at all. Not at all.
But they've got some tough games ahead of them.
Yeah. There's a lot of people who do rely on these percentages. The PFF put out algorithms and percentages about what's the percentage likelihood if they win. Well, if they win this game, they're in. But that doesn't look like it's going to happen, does it?
No, it really doesn't.
So the Broncos are going to be 9-6 going into these last 2 games against the Bengals, against the Chiefs. The Bengals are a good team, even though they have a bad record. They have a very capable offense, and they got to be looking at this game right now and licking their chops.
Oh my gosh!
Thinking that we're going to be able to put some points. Now, Bo Nix threw that forward by about 3 yards there. Nothing backward lateral about that. That was a forward lateral, rightly penalized. And that's the kind of shit that happens when you're desperate at the end of a game, right? He's trying to make a play that didn't really work out. But the Bengals are going to be next week, and it's going to be on a Saturday.
Yeah.
And then you're going to finish with the Chiefs. You got to win one of those games.
Have to.
I'm pretty sure if you win one of those games, you're in. But if they lose out, I think they're going to be out. I think there's still a way they back into the playoffs, even if they lose the next couple of games. But you don't want to back in like that.
No.
Because then you just feel like crap, and then you got to go on the road and play Buffalo because they're probably going to be the 2 seed, and you're going to be the 7 seed.
And no thanks on that one.
This is why this is such a massively wasted opportunity here. Because
was that a pick? Did we just?
No, it's a 2
these
minute
are
warning.
replays.
2 minute warning. Put that up there again, please. If
The
you could,
replays about just gave me a heart attack.
if you could throw that.
Yeah, Mr. John was given his.
Throw that comment up there, Mr. John, Mr. Sherbert. Not running the clock at the end of the half, not extending the play calling, and only 2 yards per throw by Nix. Defense let us down too, but we couldn't blitz because Moss is out. Yeah, there's a lot of extenuating circumstances that create that. Play calling became vanilla in the second half. Absolutely.
We needed some rainbow
got too
sherbet
cute.
in there.
Yeah, by running the flea flicker, back-to-back plays, and getting like 3 yards. Yeah, I do think the Chargers made a nice adjustment in the second half, and absolutely, you live by those dink and dunks, you die by the dink and dunks. Marvin Mims had the 55-yard catch, but it was on a short little thing that he was able to, break out. You got to break tackles. If you're going to throw the underneath stuff, the screen passes, the 2 yards, you have to break tackles.
Yeah.
You have to have guys running free. And so you're thinking that your play design is going to create some misdirection, and defenses are going to be confused by what you're doing, and guys are going to be wide open. That just was not the case in the second half. Every single play, guys were covered. And so, yes, Sean Payton's play calling maybe wasn't very good in the second half, but also credit to the Chargers for tightening it up and making some adjustments there. But I will say this, if you commit to the running game and commit to just beating the crap out of the guy across from you, because that's really what running the football is about. It's not about getting too cute. And I think Sean Payton got a little too cute. I think you're right about that, John, or whoever that commenter was talking about getting too cute with the play calling. The running game was I mean, these holes were wide open in the first half. These guys were running. This kind of looked like what the Chargers have looked like in the second half. Why steer away from that? Why steer away from that, coach? And they're going to go back and we're going to dissect this game. And I hope that we don't look back at this game as the turning point in the season because, like I said before, Liv, a cautionary tale. I was on a team that was 8-5. All we had to do was win one playoff when we were in. Oh, I'm sorry, one of our last 3 games we were in. We lost all 3. We missed the playoff. Our coach got fired, and I did too. We all did. Now, this I will say this.
Sad.
I went on injured reserve the week before that. So I didn't even play in those games. So I had to sit and watch it happen. And it was like a tide, this negative tide rolling over the team. I felt that we were going to lose these games. It was a strange feeling. And so the Broncos are in a position right now where they have to fight off that sort of negativity because
I was just going to say the negativity I'm feeling, they can't feel.
Right. And it's going to be hard not to right now, as the Broncos feel this game slip away. They're down 10 inside of 2 minutes. This game is basically over.
Wow. I really hated hearing you say that.
Well, I mean, fingers crossed, I guess.
And your toes, maybe. Except I tweeted that I would give up a toe for this win.
Did you?
So I'm 9 toes down right now.
Okay.
Well,
wow, you really wanted this win.
I did.
Yeah.
I think maybe just for my ego, my pride,
or maybe you can fit into shoes better.
Yeah.
Maybe
I'm
cut it off
wide. Maybe I'm wide-toed, so I just needed to make some room. No, here's the deal. I really think it is important that this Broncos team does not let this loss, because it is trending in that direction.
Oh yeah. No, it's a
What
loss.
was that?
What?
What was that? I wasn't looking. What was that?
It was just an 8-yard gain. It's just tick, 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 tick right now. It's nothing doing right now. They need to go deep, and that's another problem when you're down 2. Why are you throwing it down underneath, Bo? Let's take a shot down the field. Let's just take a shot.
I'm starting to think that Vegas's minus 4,000 on Jaden Daniels was maybe.
Yeah.
They were seeing into the future a bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Bo
Hate
has struggled mightily in the second half here, and he's a rookie. On the road, this is a game with playoff implications. He's never been in this situation before as an NFL player. This defense, the Chargers defense, although they look very porous in the first half, is the number 1 defense in points allowed in the NFL. So this is a very good defense that's played well all year and kept this team in it. Their offense hasn't been very good. They looked really good in the second half of this game, but the Chargers offense is not a strength of this team. Similar to the Broncos, their defense has been carrying them. But Justin Herbert's looked really good in the second half. And this running game of the Chargers really took over in the second half in the same way that the Broncos took over in the first half. So it just shows you it's so hard to play for 60 minutes and keep the same level of intensity and the same level of execution. You got, aside from the physical aspect, the guys on the other side are the best athletes in the world, and they're coming after you. And you add tactical changes, you add, technical stuff that the coaches do in the second half to counteract what you're doing. It's really, really hard to dominate a team for 60 minutes like that. And so the Broncos are going to have to go back and really look at themselves in the mirror. Now, they're going to have a little mini bye here.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're going to get Friday, Saturday, Sunday off. But you wonder, Sean Payton's going to be pissed. He's going to be very upset about this one. So any kind of break that he had scheduled, he might scrap that and be like, screw it, relative to this game, we're coming in.
You're going to work.
We're going straight to the facility. These guys are going to land at DIA. The buses are going to go back to the facility, and they're going to go out on the practice field.
Will they land tonight?
They will.
They'll fly back tonight?
Yeah. We would. Unless Sean Payton's a little quirky. So I have my sources, my birdies, and he does some weird stuff. He likes to stay places an extra day. He likes to go a couple days early. He likes to stay at these fancy hotels. He likes the Ritz-Carlton. Like, he likes the best of the best of the best. And he will spare no penny.
All of a sudden, I feel like I could be a Broncos player, perhaps.
Exactly.
Okay, so now
All right.
What if
it's alive now? They're going to kick an onside kick here. So they just kicked the field goal. They're down 7. Now the onside kick will be kicked. It's not easy to recover an onside kick, especially not these days with the stupid kickoff rules the way they are. It's just you don't see the onside kick as often anymore.
I'm telling you right now, I will flip this desk if this is a successful onside kick.
Then I will love to see that. I will stand back and you can flip it.
Do you think I don't have the strength?
No, I think you could, and I'll help you. But it used to be, and for all those out there who can see my fingers, okay, let's see, my phone right here is the kicker, and it's 5 on one side, 5 on the other. You used to be able to overload a side and put all the guys over here except for 2 to just be safeties on this side. And you put 8 guys running down, you kick the onside kick, and you have a scrum to try to get it. They changed the rules, and so you can't overload a side, which makes it even harder to recover an onside kick because the front 4 guys would be like the battering rams that would be the wall that would just crush those guys. And then the guys behind it would be the ones that were the hands guys who went to clean it up and go for the ball. But now they don't let you overload the side. They're trying to protect the health and safety of the players, right?
It's a football.
Exactly.
Come
And so the onside kick has become even more difficult to execute. That said, it's not out of the question. And if you get a good hop, if you have a kicker who gets a good bounce to it, and it bounces off one of those guys over there. Now, this is the hands team on the Chargers. I was part of the hands team. That means the guys who are out there right now, they trust their hands on both sides. And so this is going to take a really good kick by Will Lutz. But if we can recover this onside kick,
Oh my gosh.
then there's a chance.
Oh gosh, please. What the flip
right.
was that?
It wasn't a good kick, and thankfully there was a timeout called or something like that. Okay, because it got no bounce. What you want to do is
He
kick.
said Will let us to kick a good kick. Bad.
It was really bad.
I mean, my gosh.
So what you want to do is have it bounce, like little baby bounces, and then a big bounce. And that's what you're trying to get, a baby, big. Baby, big.
Not a big baby.
No.
Baby big.
Yes, but most of these guys were big babies. But you want a baby, and then a big bounce. And then maybe have that big bounce off a guy's chest because he thinks it's going to be a baby bounce. All of a sudden, it jumps on him, and then it pops up in the air. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to bounce it off of a guy. Now, there's little ways that sometimes the kicker can fool them. They can act like they're going to one side, and last minute he turns and kicks it to the other side and tries to isolate one of his kickoff guys with an unsuspecting dude on the other side, because you scout these kickers. You know generally which side they're kicking it to. But here we go. All the
I
mark.
don't have my hopes up.
Baby.
It really was
It
baby big.
Yeah, it was baby big. But he had some nice hands right there, and he got it. But that's you can't ask for much more than that. Maybe you want to put a little more juice on it, so it's a little harder, a little hotter to handle there.
But I'm so upset.
Yeah, but there's your ball game. I mean, the Broncos have 2 timeouts. You know,
What if right before her Rainbow Sherbert kneels, he slips, he fumbles, we recover, we run it, touchdown, overtime.
Stranger things have happened.
Ew, get him a Band-Aid. And a rag.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so here's the deal, folks, because I, like you, are probably feeling very deflated. And that is a very normal feeling to feel right now, because I think we've been riding high on the momentum of the Denver Broncos. And it's been a rewarding feeling because we haven't had it very often. It hasn't been a very constant feeling living in Denver to be excited to watch the Broncos play. We should still be excited to watch this team play, right? They've got some very big games coming up. They're facing Joe Burrow and company. Okay, despite the Bengals record, Joe Burrow having an MVP level season, Jamar Chase, one of his best seasons, and then hopefully getting revenge against the Chiefs, who should have been a win earlier in the season and were not. So despite this game and how this game feels, there is still a lot of excitement around this Broncos team. Now, Nate, how worried did this game make you for the remaining games on their schedule?
I'd be lying if I said I'm not a little bit worried, because this was an opportunity for them.
You're the positive one.
I know, but they had a chance to go in there and beat an opponent that was on the ropes. The Chargers have not necessarily been playing great. They got smoked 40-17 last week against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Broncos went into Tampa Bay and handled Tampa Bay. And so the Broncos had this kind of night set up perfectly. They asked for it. Sean Payton wanted to play this game on Thursday night, on the road, prime time, in front of the world. He got that. They came out. Sorry, it wasn't Sean Payton out there. He's calling the plays, but he's not the one who has to go out there and execute. This Broncos team came out ready to play and look sharper than I think we've seen them all year long offensively. 3 straight touchdown scoring drives to start this game. And then after that, 3
It started
points.
so hot.
3 points in the next, 6 drives
I mean,
or
that's
so.
just,
No, yeah, 6 points in the
I think
next
they went in at 21 at halftime. Or
21, and then they scored a field goal early in the second half, and then a field goal here at the end. Okay, slow, but you lost to the Chargers once before. Who cares if we beat the Bucks? Honestly, yeah, exactly. So, the Chargers have beat the Broncos twice, and this is a divisional opponent. The Broncos and Chargers are now going to have the same exact record here at 9-6, but the Chargers have the tiebreaker because they beat the Broncos twice, and so the Chargers leapfrog the Broncos again, and now the Broncos are sitting at seventh. The 7th seed, which is great, though. I mean, you're the 7th seed in the playoffs. If I would have told you at the beginning of the season that the Broncos, after 15 games, would be 9-6, and
we wouldn't have believed you.
Right, in the playoff picture, you would have taken that, wouldn't you? But okay, so path to the playoffs, clinch playoff spot with a win or a tie in one of the remaining 3 games. Chargers, yeah, well, they missed that one. So if they lose all 3 games,
They're done.
They're done. So they
just got to beat, which sounds horrible.
Yeah, game over.
They've just got to beat the Bengals or the Chiefs, which
no
I
big
know
whoop, right?
sounds a little scary given the nature of the high power offense that the Bengals have. I know that their record doesn't necessarily reflect that, but it is a really great football team. And then you've got the Chiefs, who we know have had the Broncos number not as consistently as the Raiders actually had, which is interesting to think about, but we know who this Chiefs team is. We know who Patrick Mahomes is. So they've got to win at least one of the next 2. So the panic that we feel now is fine. I feel it. I'm feeling bummed. I'm feeling upset, not because of bets that I placed, but because of the momentum that I was riding with this Broncos team. It's been really fun to watch them, and it still will be. But of course, I wanted to see them show up a little bit stronger in the second half. And honestly, they kind of dangled the carrot in our face a little bit in this matchup because they started off really strong. I was feeling very comfortable, maybe too comfortable to be completely fair. And I should have known better. This Chargers team is well coached. They've got a great quarterback. They've got a great defense. And we know this offense can fire it up at any moment, and they did. And unfortunately, the Broncos could not maintain their momentum from the first half to the second half. But like Nate said, they've got to win or tie one of their next 2 games. Hopefully both, just to keep that momentum going and to feel better about where they're at. I did check on the Chargers' remaining schedule, however, and they've got 2 really poor teams. I don't even remember off the top of my head, but the Broncos' playoff path or getting to the playoffs is definitely looking a little bit weaker or tougher, I should say, than the remainder of the AFC West that is still competitive. We know the Raiders are whatever. We don't really care about them right now. But yeah, there is still hope for the playoffs for this Broncos team. And we know it is a well-coached team. We know Sean Payton is not happy with how things went just now. I'm sure he's got a list of complaints and strong feelings about how this game went. But not all hope is lost. Nate, we will be hearing shortly from our very own BK, who is in Los Angeles. Sorry, we've got Jesse in San Jose. We've got BK in LA. We'll be hearing from him. Hopefully he'll be feeding us some clips of Coach, probably Bo, maybe a couple other players. What do you think we're going to hear from Sean Payton relative to the end of that game?
He's not going to be a happy guy.
No,
Sean Payton's going to be very upset by what happened there. There's some things that did happen during the course of the game that, weren't just on the players. Of course, the players are the ones who go out there and play the game, and they got to find a way to win. But Sean Payton, who's look, this guy likes to put up a lot of points, and he did so in New Orleans for 14 seasons. No coach during those 14 seasons scored more touchdowns in the NFL during that time than Sean Payton. He's used to putting up points and being consistent throughout the game. The Denver Broncos weren't able to sustain that, and that falls on the coach. 3 straight touchdown drives to start the game, and then after that, they kind of unraveled. And it was actually that play right before halftime that we were kind of talking, so I didn't see, and I've been looking at kind of reading up on it. So the Broncos punted the ball with 8 seconds left, to end the first half. And there was a fair catch interference on the Denver Broncos at the 38-yard line of the Chargers, which put them 15 yards ahead. Time was expired, but like I was telling you about with that quirky rule, you can kick a field goal from the very spot the return ends with 0 time left on the clock. So they caught the ball at the 38, but the 15 yards they got from the expiration or for the fair catch interference put them at the 47. They were able to kick from that spot a 57-yard field goal, and those 3 points end up mattering in the end there.
So was that a momentum switcher?
It could have been
something.
it could have been something that made the Chargers feel good at going into halftime, because instead of being 21-10, it was 21-13. But the Broncos did get the ball in this beginning of the second half, drove the ball right down the field and scored on a field goal. But after that, they really just stopped moving the football until the very end when they scored that field goal. But then, the Chargers got the ball back, touchdown. Broncos 3 plays punt. Chargers 7 plays touchdown. Broncos 6 plays, 20 yards punt. Chargers punt, Broncos punt, but then the Chargers have another touchdown. So the Chargers were able to score 3 touchdowns in the second half, and the Broncos weren't able to score any at all. So this really was a tale of two halves in a way that we don't always see it. Not quite so stark, but the Broncos really, I don't know, they just got dominated in the second half, and I think it was a physical. Element. Maybe they seemed a bit tired, but really, I'm going to have to give this to the coaches, because the coaching, the play calling seemed to change in the second half. The Chargers defenders were all over everything that Broncos tried to do in the second half. And then conversely, the Broncos defense could not stop the Chargers in the second half at all. And so I think the Broncos are going to be feeling horrible about themselves. This is an opportunity that slipped away.
Following their Chiefs game, I kind of want to go back to that game, because that felt like a really big bummer loss for the Broncos. Not that they don't care about every loss, but it felt like that one just held a tiny bit more weight to it. They followed that game with a 38-6 win over the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah.
Okay, so they got a little embarrassed, and I don't even want to say embarrassed. They only lost 16-14 to the Chiefs, but embarrassed in the sense of how that game ended, the fact that it's a divisional rival, the fact that everybody and their grandma and their pappy and their meemaw all hate the Chiefs. That was the one game they probably wanted to really, really win and do it in a convincing way. So following that Chiefs game that kind of felt like a somber, tough loss. Nate, I'm sure you can touch on the times in your career that the losses just stung a little bit more. I think the Chiefs are one of them. I think the Chargers tonight will be one of them. And following that Chiefs loss, 16-14, with a blocked field goal that nobody wanted to see, they dominated the Falcons 38-6. Now, I know that the Bengals are a very different team than the Atlanta Falcons. However, this Bengals team doesn't have a superior record. They have struggled against teams that, in my opinion, are worse than the Broncos. So, do you foresee a bounce back here, Nate, for this Broncos team? Because I do think this one's going to sting a little more.
It's going to sting a lot, and I don't think that you can really compare apples to apples with the Bengals and the Falcons, because the Falcons actually at that time they were looking pretty good. The Falcons, I think, have been on, have lost every single game since the Broncos beat them. They were on
some voodoo.
They were on the slide. I just think that they were, a little bit of fool's gold at the beginning of the season there. Kirk Cousins was playing. Kirk Cousins, I don't think has thrown a touchdown in the last 8 games or something like that. It's been crazy. So I think the Falcons, the Broncos caught the Falcons right at the beginning of a slide, and the Bengals, they're just a better team, I think, and they're also playing for something. The Bengals are 6-8 right now. If the Bengals win this weekend, they'll be 7-8 going into this game with the Broncos, who are 9-6. The Broncos could end up with the same record as the Bengals at 9-8, and if that's the case, I think the Bengals might have a path to the playoffs.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you remember the final score, without looking, of the Bengals-Chargers game that the Chargers won?
No.
34-27.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Coincidence?
Okay. I think not.
I think not.
So, again, you could look at that and go, all right, Bengals struggled in a similar fashion to this Chargers team. Maybe, just maybe. And we know that's not how the NFL works. My God, the Bucks, who we probably had one of our best early season wins against, dominated the Chargers just last week. So we know that that's not how the NFL works. But do you think this Broncos team is capable of beating the Bengals?
I do. It's going to be a tough task.
Oh gosh, no. I'm gonna ask that again. Okay.
Hold on. Yes, they are so capable of it. They're going to crush them. It's not even going to be close. It's going to be 432-0. Broncos by 1,000,000. I'm trying to give.
That was so much better. Thank you.
Here's
Thank you for that.
Here's the deal.
No, I like your realism. Keep that going.
Here's what I'm talking about, Liv, because this is like late in the season is hard. This is game 16. This is going to be week 17 for the Broncos playing the Bengals. I will say what they are going to have is a little bit of extra rest time over the Bengals. I think the Bengals are playing Sunday, right?
Yeah.
And so they're going to have a short week. The Bengals are 6 days because they're playing on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
The Broncos are going to get a longer time to
And
prepare.
that should be a tough game because it's against the Browns, and we know that those games can be
Yeah,
pretty back
those
and forth.
interstate rivalries.
Yeah.
But I really thought in this game the advantage was going to go to the Broncos when it came to coaching. I really thought Sean Payton was going to have these guys ready to play. And he did at first. And something happened.
First half,
Something fell apart. And whether Sean Payton changed his philosophy or these guys just got gassed or they, weren't able to make the adjustments that the Chargers were able to make, I'm not exactly sure what happened. But everyone's going to have to go home and look at themselves in the mirror after this one. Everything was clicking in that first half for the Broncos offensively. And then just absolutely nothing fell into place in the second half. And, you got to go back and watch the tape to really realize why that kind of stuff happened. But to me, in my eyes, looking at it from here, guys were just not open in the second half the way they were in the first half. But to me, that's because you stop committing yourself to the run, because when you commit yourself to the run, the defense has to play the run. And then those passing lanes open up. And none of that happened in the second half. A lot of that is circumstantial because if you don't have extended drives and aren't able to establish some first downs, then you can't open the playbook and do stuff like that.
Right.
And the Broncos were like 3 and punt, 5 and punt. And when that kind of stuff happens, you don't pick up the first down, you could never establish that momentum. And guess what? Your defense is right back on the field. So they're tired as hell.
Yeah.
So the defense got gassed. You remember the defense, this Denver Broncos defense is leading the NFL in sacks. And they only got to Justin Herbert once this entire game, I think.
Rainbow Sherbert was on the move.
He was on the move.
He was on the move.
Taste the rainbow.
Somebody in the comments said penalties killed him.
That's true.
And then those are self-inflicted wounds.
Yeah.
You set yourself up for, you already know this is a tough matchup. You already know it's going to take everything you've got in order to win this divisional game. So those to me are self-inflicted wounds. Those are mistakes that they really were in no position to make. It's not like they were, facing a team that was an easy win. To be quite fair, I don't think any game in the NFL should be viewed as an easy win because we know how quickly things can change. But it did feel like the second half of this game resembled a little bit more the start of this Broncos season.
Yeah.
And that I didn't love because I don't want to see them ever backtracking, right? I don't expect them to be perfect. The only thing I wanted to see tonight was them get outplayed, not them not playing in the second half, because that's kind of how it felt. It felt like they just fell flat in the second half. First half, they came out so strong, arguably the strongest they've ever come out in the first quarter, and kind of felt like all for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned, or someone mentioned the penalties there. The Broncos had 7 for 61, and they were big penalties. And the Chargers only had 2 penalties for 8 yards. So they played a lot cleaner of a game, even though they only had – Broncos did not turn over the ball at all. And so that was a good thing. Sherbert threw 1 interception. But the Broncos just stopped running the football in the second half. They had 21 rushing attempts the entire game, and I think probably 3/4 of those came in the first half. They had something like 80 yards rushing in the first half, and it only ended with 110 yards. So they really got stifled in a way that I think was surprising to me, seeing the way they pushed around the Chargers in the first half. And, that's what Sean Payton's going to talk about. We're going to have to check the tape. We're going to look at the tape and figure out what happened. But I think that for this young team, this could be another really good learning experience like the one on the road against the Chiefs. You mentioned that. Are they going to go back and be motivated by this?
Yeah.
Because they do still hold their destiny in their hand.
I would think that they would be motivated by this.
But I think the thing that hurts, I think, the most is that you had the ability to win this game, go to 10 wins, and distance yourself from the Chargers in the playoff hunt so that you don't have to go and play Buffalo in the first round, who I don't think anybody –
God, please no.
Yeah, nobody wants to play the Bills
Jeepers.
right now. They're the best team in the NFL, or at least they're playing like it. Nobody wants to go there. And so it almost seems like a little bit of a death sentence to have to go there in the first round. Whereas if the Broncos had 1 tonight, 1 next week, and 1 the week after that, and ended up 12-5, they might have been the 5th seed and ended up going to Houston in the first round. Much more favorable matchup. However, yeah, I mean, it just looks like they're going to be the 7th seed. And so that is the Bills. Unless the Chiefs lose Christmas and then the Bills leapfrog them and get the bye, and then you go to Arrowhead in the first round, which might be an easier
I was
matchup.
gonna say I definitely feel more comfortable with facing the Chiefs in Arrowhead than I do facing the Bills in Buffalo.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
So the Chiefs are playing the Steelers on Christmas. And so if the
Ooh, that's gonna
Steelers
be a good game.
Yeah, if the Steelers can find a way to beat the Chiefs, then that actually is bodes well for the Broncos' first round matchup. I agree with you. I think they'd rather go play the Chiefs.
100%.
That said, ain't going to be no playoffs if you lose the next 2 games either.
Nope.
So the Broncos are going to have to figure out a way to rebound after collapsing on national TV like that. And that's what they did. They did collapse. They kind of just stopped playing in a way, you know, and I think they're all going to feel really horrible about that. That locker room right now is going to be incredibly dejected. It's going to be a really somber tone from everyone at the podium. I'm sure BK is going to relay that. One thing I will say, though, I think Bo Nix will, as he has in every game, stand up there and say the right things, you know, and take accountability for it and be the kind of leader that we hope to see. So we got to remember this is a team full of young players, and Bo Nix is a rookie. And so these kinds of things do happen.
Absolutely. We have a quick little score update for you. End of first period for this Avs team. They are up by 1. The Denver Nuggets falling short to a team they have no business falling short to right now, as per freaking usual. Just a little over 5 minutes left in the third quarter for this Nuggets team. They are down by 8 based on what I can see here. I am going to give you a breather, Mr. Nathan.
Okay.
We're waiting on some Broncos clips. We're trying to figure out some audio there, and then hoping to hear from our very own BK, who is in Los Angeles right now. He's going to give us his perspective, his thoughts, hopefully get us some clips that we can show you guys on what Sean Payton is saying, what some of the players are saying, maybe what Bo Nix is saying about that loss. So we are going to be right back after this short break. I'm going to bring Megan Angley back on with me to give us a first period recap, if you will. And then after the second period, we will be hearing from Jesse Montano and also hearing from a very special guest for all things Denver Nuggets. So lots more to go. I know the Broncos game is over, but I'm hoping to bring Nate back up here with me for just a little bit before we send him home to talk a little bit more about this Broncos team, hopefully get some clips, and hopefully hear from our friend BK in Los Angeles. So don't go anywhere. We've got a quick commercial break for you. And when we get back, Megan Angley will be joining me for a first period recap. So don't go anywhere. We are back, and I am in just a moment going to be joined by Megan Angley, who is going to be recapping the first period for the Colorado Avs. I believe they're up 1-0 right now. They're looking a whole lot better than the Denver Nuggets and, of course, the Denver Broncos as well. But if you guys did not know, we've got some friends up in Firestone, a little bit past Denver. Just keep driving north. Some new coffee friends, and you guys know I need coffee 24/7. Actually, I don't think I do from an energy perspective. I don't think I need coffee at all, actually. But from what I understand, 7 Brew has some really, really great coffee. And we've got a little bit of inside information from Jesse about that new coffee shop that you absolutely need to check out. So let's hear from Jesse, and then we're going to cut back to Megan and get an update on the Colorado Avs.
Hey everybody, Jesse Montano here, Guerilla Sports. Want to remind you guys about our great partners up at 7 Brew and their newest location in Firestone, Colorado that just opened this week. Megan Angley and I will actually be up there on Saturday recording a podcast for Swag Day. It's been an awesome grand opening for them all week, and we are so excited to be a part of it this weekend. So come on up to 7 Brew in Firestone. Come hang out, see us, get a drink. Over 20,000 flavor combinations, coffee drinks, energy drinks, smoothies, you name it. We got a chance to try it out last week, and it is absolutely delicious. The atmosphere is awesome, and the people working there are even better. Really excited for you guys to come see it. And hey, we're going to be going up to the Eagles game right after that. So if you want to get a look at some Avs prospects as well, come by, stop and see us at 7 Brew at noon on Saturday, and then head on up to the Eagles game after. We'll be there as well. Looking forward to all of it, guys.
Megan, I feel like you've got lots of fans in the Avs community and the hockey community. A lot of people love your content, love your expertise, but now they may have an opportunity to maybe hang out with you for a little bit at 7 Brew up in Firestone. So tell us a little bit about that event. Are you excited? Just talk about it so people know where to come hang out with you.
Never meet your heroes. I'm sure people will change their minds. I'm just kidding. I'm excited because it's such a Megan event, because it's going to be centered around going up to Firestone to stop by 7 Brew and preview the Colorado Eagles game that's happening later that afternoon. And anybody who knows me knows that I love everything relating to the prospect pipeline. I love the American Hockey League and the Colorado Eagles organization. It's their last home games too before the new year. So anybody in Northern Colorado should come meet us at 7 Brew. We're going to talk about the Avs, some of the prospects that have been doing well this season, and a little bit about what to expect for that Colorado Eagles game.
Yay! Okay, what an awesome opportunity that you guys have to hang out with Jesse Montano, Megan Angley. If you guys have been following along with Guerilla Sports, I know some of you are here for Broncos, some of you are here for Nuggets, some of you are here for Avs. Good thing we're covering all three tonight. So thank you for being here. We really, really appreciate your love and support. Make sure you get in that comment section, drop a chat, say what's up. We're going to put some of those up on the screen. We're really, really, really happy to have you here. And now you get an opportunity to hang out with Megan Angley. So if you're not taking that, I don't know what is wrong with you, but it's going to be great. Check out 7 Brew, go get a coffee and hang out with some of the coolest Avs reporters in Denver, maybe ever in the whole country, actually. So we've got some exciting stuff. Megan, looks like the Avs got off to a pretty good start, despite your concerns of them having some slower starts this season. I know a thing or two about that with my Denver Nuggets, who are down 85-101 to a team that they have no business losing to, but we'll get to that in a little bit. Talk to me about some of the things you noticed in that first period.
Well, Avs fans, stop me if you've heard this one before, but Alexander Georgiev gave up the first shot on goal. But on positive note, Colorado Avalanche converted on the power play on their first shot on
Wasn't
goal.
That one of your concerns?
It was absolutely a concern.
Okay.
So they get a man advantage opportunity early. And honestly, I can't even really critique this power play because they scored so early into it. But what I liked about it is they move the puck around the perimeter and they get it to Cale Makar at the point ultimately, because the puck eventually gets to Nathan MacKinnon and he looks at the bumper spot and he considers it, but he opts for Cale Makar out high, and Cale Makar skates it to the top of the slot. He misses the net, but it bounces to the net front, and Val Nichushkin does what he does best. That freight train we talked about earlier, he's planted at the net front and just has to backhand it under Georgiev's pads. So it's great to give them a goal insurance. They do a lot of things well in this period too. They eliminate some of those unforced mistakes that they made in Monday night's game.
Love it.
They're throwing everything but the kitchen sink at the San Jose Sharks too, who are competitive in their shooting as well, but They walk away with the shooting lead coming out of the first period, the 1-goal lead. They even earn a little extra power play time to start the second period. It's since expired since they're into the second period now. But Jake Wallman did not like Casey Middlestat being sick as hell behind the goal line. He feeds a puck to Mikko Rantanen in the circle. It leads to an awesome on-net opportunity that just is ultimately stopped. And for some reason, Jake Wallman didn't like that. So Mikko Rantanen went to defend his teammate, which I love to see as well. Wallman walks away with a double minor, Mikko with a roughing penalty of his own. Avs didn't convert on the power play to start the second period, but I still really like a lot of what they've done early. It looks like San Jose actually just tied it.
Oh,
So that's a great segue, though, into how close this game has been.
Okay.
The shots battle was maybe a 1-shot difference, even though Colorado has, I think it was something like 11 attempts blocked coming out of that first period because San Jose was doing a lot to counter some of what they were trying to create. But Macklin Celebrini is unreal.
Okay.
The hype around him is there for a reason. He has challenged.
So there's not overhype. It's legit.
No, it's legit. Mackenzie
Okay,
Blackwood
love
has
that.
been challenged by him specifically very early. Let's see. Carl Grunstrom is the goal scorer for the San Jose Sharks. Going to be honest with you, that's not who I saw coming.
Okay. Little shock there.
Yeah,
Love
for
that.
San Jose. But it's now a tie game. The Avs have some work to do. Nathan McKinnon has looked like a man possessed. That top line with Vanachushkin added to it. It was a little bit of a swap. Branton in there on the second line has looked great. I've liked those changes, especially for the top line. McKinnon was someone who received a little criticism for his game in Vancouver on Monday. And again, he looks like a man possessed. He's doing a lot to create opportunities. The Avs are hungrier to recover their pucks, and they're extending time in the O-zone. So they did a lot of things well process-wise in the first period. And I want to see them put this away with some more goal support for Mackenzie Blackwood, who came up with some important saves in the first.
I love it. So we had talked prior to the puck hitting the ice and prior to knowing how this game was going to unfold in that first period, some of your concerns were their slow starts in the first period.
Yes.
You also expressed that this is kind of despite being early in the season, it's an important game for them. It's an important win for them. Do you feel like, based on what you got to watch, that they came out with an energy that was kind of backs against the wall here?
Yes. And that's where I look at Nathan McKinnon as a leader. You know, we've talked a little about him. He is unconventional in how he leads, but it's clear to me how much this game means to him and how much he personally wants to contribute to it. And that needs to persist through the rest of this game. And they're going to need some support.
Yep.
So I really liked the third line coming out of that period as well. I thought they were very consistent and they were doing things to at least possess the puck more. I'd like to see them be more of a scoring threat. Avs created some high danger opportunities, but they're going to need to come up with a bit more because Alexander Georgiev knows them. He has been practicing with them now for several seasons, and he knows a little bit of what they do.
He's like a secret agent, maybe.
He's
double agent.
Double agent,
if you will.
exactly. So they kind of know his weaknesses and vulnerabilities, but he also knows some of their strengths. And so it's not going to be easy for them in this game. And if they can get shooting from places they don't always expect it, I think that's going to be a bit challenging for Georgiev.
Okay, so you wanted more of a scoring threat for this Avs team. What else do you want to see them improve in this second period? By the way, we will be hearing from our very own Jesse Montano, who is in San Jose as this period comes to a close, which we've still got some time there, and we may do a little Broncos talking between now and then. But in this second period, what do you want to see them do better? Because it now is a tied match here, and we know how quickly hockey games can get carried away. So what do you want to see them besides being scoring threats? Is there anything else you want to see them improve on?
Don't waver from their attention to detail in the first period. It looks like just early in this period and recalling parts of the first, eliminate any opportunities for odd man rushes or partial breakaways. San Jose has the youth and the speed to make that really difficult for Mackenzie Blackwood to come up with some of those saves. And so make your goaltender's life a little bit easier by eliminating those kinds of opportunities for San Jose. Don't make it easy for them. This is a team that you don't want to underestimate because they do have a lot of offensive weapons in their youth. And so they might be struggling on the whole as an organization, but don't underestimate what San Jose might do.
Listen, youth is sometimes scarier than anything else. 'Cause
I'm
you
scared of the kids.
Yeah, I'm scared of kids too. Listen, that's why I don't have any right now. They scare the crap out of me, actually. Let's go ahead and pop some comments up on the screen here. If you guys have questions for Megan Angley as it pertains to hockey or just hot takes or things that you want her to see, this says easy. Okay, you're gonna have to pronounce that last name. What is that? Pepper something? What is that?
Easy
Huh?
Forgiev.
Okay, I'm sorry,
So this
guys.
is
I'm
a
still
very
learning.
this is a very sad nickname that Alexander Georgiev earned in Colorado
Oh
because
no.
he would allow multi-goal games, sometimes
Oh, no.
inside a single period. So it was 4 goals against, oftentimes, if not more than that. So Forgiev became a very unflattering nickname. So Pepper Georgiev does make a lot of sense to just continue with the volume shooting. Now, I did notice a lot of their shot opportunities came from the outside, so I want to see them continue to drive inside ice. I think they've been doing things right to get the puck from the outside to inner ice and try to create rebound chances that way. So they need to keep doing that, but I want to see them drive inside home plate a little bit more.
Okay, this says need Megan to get Liv into hockey this season. Guys, I am trying. That is the whole purpose of what we're doing right now, is to teach me a little bit more hockey, because full transparency, I don't like to sit up here and lie to you. I don't want to pretend like I am a Avs connoisseur and I know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't. I am a NBA and NFL girl through and through. And so that is why I am taking advantage of the brains that is Megan Angley to teach me the ways for this hockey season. I want to be able to follow it. I want to be able to understand it. You know what I think it mostly is? Those names intimidate the crowd. I will watch a Megan Angley video and all I hear is Chushkin, Ivan. I get certain bits and pieces and I'm like, okay, I'm trying to follow, but it is very overwhelming to take on a sport that you don't typically follow. So we are working through that. I promise I will get there eventually. Now, Megan, really quickly before we bring Jesse in here, I wanted to talk a little bit with you about some parallels, right? There's a lot of parallels, in my opinion, between the Nuggets season and the Avs season. I know some of you are probably sitting there going, they're two completely different sports with very different athletes. I understand that. But I do think there are some parallels. And so I wanted to ask you a few questions that Nuggets fans will be able to hear me ask and understand exactly who or what I am talking about. So we're going to start with this. Does every game feel winnable with guys like McKinnon out on the ice? We talked about this a little bit at the top of the show. I specifically talked about the fact that when you have a Nikola Jokic, the caliber of his play, the player that he is, the ability that he has to completely take over a game and win it himself is huge for the Denver Nuggets. Do you feel the same way about guys like McKinnon or Makar? Are those feelings that you share in the, unfortunately, it appears that the San Jose Sharks, is it?
It is, and it's
scored.
one of the young ones.
Oh, we said we're scared of kids.
We're
and we
very
said it for good
specifically
reason.
afraid of the children.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, so with McKinnon and with Makar, and I'm probably missing a lot of other names. Those are just the ones that come to mind as a very casual Avs watcher. Do all games feel winnable in a sense?
They do. And,
okay,
you know, you say McKinnon and Makar, but those are two perfect names to mention there.
Okay,
because
good. I'm doing
Makar is very special. I think he's one of the best defensemen to ever play the game. I think the position has been changed because of how he plays. And it is such a huge difference maker on the Colorado Avalanche. He can put games on his back. And Nathan McKinnon has that impact too. Nathan McKinnon, he is wired differently from a lot of hockey players. I think all professional athletes are a level of competitive that is maybe hard for your average human to relate to, but Nathan McKinnon is next level competitive. The attention to detail and how he takes care of himself away from the ice, he studies the game. I don't doubt that he thinks about hockey 24/7. And you see the emotion he carries when he plays the game. When he gets frustrated, you see it boil over into the game sometimes, but he can channel it into something productive. We call it Angry Nate.
Love it.
We describe it as video game mode. And I wonder if that is maybe where Jokic is with NBA fans too, that sometimes it looks like he's playing an entirely different game because it seems to come
on another
easy
stratosphere.
Yes.
And that is
Nathan
actually
McKinnon.
so, I love that we're doing the parallels thing, because truly I think that something that frustrates a lot of non-Nuggets fans when they watch Nikola Jokic play is he looks like he doesn't care, or he's got this lackadaisical energy about him. But at the end of the day, it's just it sometimes just comes easy to him. And that just shows the freak of nature athlete that he truly, truly is. And so it's hard because you try to have these conversations and all of a sudden it turns into Nikola Jokic doesn't care about basketball. He'd rather be anywhere else than here. It's like, yeah, well, that's a pretty large assumption to make for a 3-time MVP. There's a reason that this guy is a most valuable player, not once, not twice, but thrice. Should have been 4 times, but I digress. We won't get into that. Okay, I'm going to ask you a couple more before, yet again, we switch gears. Guys, I feel like my head is spinning on top of my shoulders. Maybe it is. Maybe it's the brewski. Maybe it's the espresso shot. I don't know. I don't care. Okay, another parallel. Did the Avs experience a bit of a slump following their Stanley Cup win?
Yes, their title defense season was riddled with injury, kind of similar to what we've seen now. There was a period in December timeframe where Mikko Rantanen had to single-handedly carry the team on his back because players like McKinnon were out of the lineup, and Cale Makar kind of had a lingering thing creep into even this past season that seems to be better now, but there was such a short turnaround from when the Avs won the Stanley Cup to training camp. And it was, I think, the shortest in NHL history just because something about the COVID year and the scheduling, it just made it so that the turnaround from the Cup to the next year was so short. And so guys weren't very well rested coming into that new season. A lot of injuries crept back in. Josh Manson, another who experienced a lot of absence that season, just trying to get his body right. And so it was tough. And then I actually think by the time the playoffs of the title defense season had rolled around, they were actually doing pretty good. But they lose Val Nichushkin in the Seattle series, and it was game over.
Yeah.
So I think that team deserved a better fate, but it also felt like it wasn't in the cards for them.
Yeah, you know, the Nuggets championship slump, if you will. Many want to call it the downfall or the demise of the Nuggets. If you say that, if you speak that into the world, you're just a simple hater. There's no other word for you besides that. You're just a hater, because I think the Nuggets, it's very strange to go from winning a championship with your team and almost keeping that whole team together minus maybe a few pieces, and it's a completely different looking group. And that happens. And again, it's happened with the Avs, it's happened with the Nuggets. Okay, one more for you before we take another breather from hockey. When we are done with this next Broncos segment, we are done with the Broncos. I'm not talking about this loss for another minute, or my head might blow up and splatter all over the Guerilla Sports walls. Okay, so we will have a little bit more because we've got some clips that we've got rolling in of how the team is feeling about this loss. I could talk about the Broncos all day long, but there's so much going on. And, you know, I have a feeling Sean Payton in his post-game presser is going to make mention of on to the next. And that's kind of where my brain's at as well. We got to forget about that loss and just move on. But one more for you, Megan. How much do Avs fans trust the front office and their decision-making skills? Because in just a little bit, you guys, I will be bringing on the national NBA reporter for Forbes, who is going to talk about the Michael Porter Jr. trade rumors and the decisions that Calvin Booth has made and the position he has put this Nuggets team in, either good or bad. Where do Avs fans stand with their front office in terms of trusting them to make the right decisions to make this team better and of a championship level?
You know, I think there's still a lot of skepticism, in part because Joe Sakic was the GM the Cup year, and Chris McFarland was promoted after that to GM, Joe Sakic to president in the organization.
Okay.
And so a lot of people associate even that deadline with Joe Sakic, maybe more so than Chris McFarland. And the deadline, the year they won the Cup, they knocked it out of the park. Josh Manson, Arturi Lehkonen, both key pieces in that Cup run. The following year, kind of the first year to really evaluate Chris McFarland in the driver's seat, was a very lackluster deadline. Lars Eller, Matt Nieto. You're probably like, who are those guys? It's a great question. That is mean. I don't know if I mean that. But it didn't really address the hole at 2C that they desperately needed. And that's why kind of in this year and since that, you know, Casey Middlestat gets brought into the fold and is signed now as a longer-term 2C option. Ross Colton also brought in as potentially a future 2C option or 3C, but we talked about him. He's kind of exceeded expectations. So they do some things right in that way. The goaltending positions received a lot of criticism because it is an area of the lineup they've often been frugal. And it worked. They were able to win a cup with Darcy Kemper, and he was just a good goalie, not a great one.
Right.
And so I think Georgiev coming to Colorado, it was hopeful that, well, he doesn't need to be great. He just needs to be good. And they're kind of taking this gamble on another goaltender. It's been pretty good for them in the past. Grubauer's time in Colorado was fine enough. Pavel Francouz became a wonderful backup option for Colorado. What do we have to lose in Georgiev? Well, this season, it was not great for them. It was too much ups and downs, no consistency. So there's some, concern around the front office in terms of decisions around goaltending. I'm personally a very big fan of the regime. I've gotten to know Chris McFarland very well, and I think that he is such a smart hockey mind and has had his hand in that cup team, very much so, maybe more than he gets credit for. And I really love what they tried to do through this point. I thought Casey Middlestat and Ross Colton were wonderful additions to this team. And I think that they're going to have another grading period come this deadline, especially as we talked about, depth might be a concern that they need to fill this year. So I felt like after the title defense season, more information was needed, and I've liked what he's done since then. But I do think there are some concerns, and it's heightened because of the window of Nathan McKinnon and Makar and Brantanen in their primes. Basically, people
Primes are
really
huge.
don't want to squander those, and that's why that's why the front office is in a hot seat.
And that's fair. I think there's actually similarly some conversations about, are we wasting Nikola Jokic's prime right now because we haven't properly stacked this team around him, right? You don't want to miss opportunities to have Nikola Jokic, as great as he is, win as many championships as he possibly can because we're ill prepared in stacking talent around him. And so I think very similarly, Nuggets fans feel the same way, where you've watched this front office make some really great decisions and set this team up for the most success, which is a championship. But you've also watched them after the championship maybe not move as we would want them to. Now, that being said, the fans are not the end all be all. We don't know as much as we think we do. That is the truth. And I have to remind myself of that daily. So any final thoughts? It looks like we have around 7 minutes left in this second period. I'm going to kick you off again. I feel like a jerk right now. I'm just like, oh yeah, oh, come back. Oh, just kidding, go away. But I'm going to let you hop off so that you can coordinate with Jesse, because I want to hear from him. I want you guys to be able to go back and forth because you guys are the brilliant hockey minds in this building. But any final thoughts from you before we switcheroo and do one last Broncos segment, and before we take over with Nuggets and Avs, who, by the way, the Nuggets making a comeback here, a slight one. It's now 103-112 Trailblazers here, and there's about 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter. And if you know anything about the Denver Nuggets, they usually play their best basketball in those final 2 minutes, which gives everybody a heart attack, but that's just how they play their game. So we'll have lots to talk about as it pertains to Nuggets and Avs. Any final thoughts from you before we cut to another quick commercial break and do one last switcheroo to finally talk about the Broncos for the last time tonight?
Well, Avs are down a goal, so like the Nuggets, they are now hoping for a comeback, and like the Nuggets as well, they do seem to play with a little fire under their butts better.
Okay.
So I'm hoping this motivates them, because I'm going to be very disappointed if they lose to the San Jose Sharks.
Okay, if we have 3 L's across the board for Denver sports, I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to have to do some serious, I'm going to have to eat some serious amounts of pizza slices that are around the corner over there. So let's hope that that's not the case, because I want to be able to fit in my jeans tomorrow, just saying. But for now, we will take a quick little commercial break. Here's what you can expect after the break. I'm bringing Nate back on. We're going to run some Broncos clips, hear from the coaches, hear from the players, maybe toss to our friend BK, and then I'm going to get Grandpa Nathan out of here so he can get tucked into bed, because it's his bedtime. He's over there yawning. You can't see it, but he did it. So we are going to, after the break, talk Broncos for the final time, and then we will hear from Jesse Montano. We will recap that second period. And then after that, I will have a Nuggets special guest to talk MPJ trade rumors and also react to hopefully a win by the Denver Nuggets, but I wouldn't hold your breath. So don't go anywhere. We've got more after the commercial break. We'll see you very soon. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Guerilla Sports Central, presented by Trusted American Mortgage. Nate, how'd you like to not make a mortgage payment this month? Huh?
Yeah.
Duh. Okay. Head to trustedamerican.com to see how they can save you some money today, either lowering your interest rate, getting you a better monthly payment. You name it, they got it. Go check them out at trustedamerican.com. Okay, quick update for you as it pertains to Denver Nuggets before we finish up with Broncos talk. 113-106 Trailblazers. I don't understand it. There's 5 minutes left. We know how this Nuggets team operates. In the final 2 minutes, they will turn it on. They will all start playing like Kobe Bryant. It doesn't make any sense to me, but it's just how they move. So don't fear. If you've got Nuggets money line right now, there is still hope. I'm telling you, with this team down by 9 and 4 minutes and 44 seconds left on the clock, there is still hope. Yes, you heard me right. So do not fear this Nuggets team being down with only 4.5 minutes left, because they've done this before and they'll do it again. I hope they do it again. But Nate, you are back joining me for the final time. Like I said earlier, got to get Grandpa in bed. He got on the desk and said, "Don't call me Grandpa again." I said, "Well, I already did, live to about 6,500 people. So can't take it back now relative to the live show." Okay.
I'm trying to sleep in here. You guys are keep it down.
Somebody get his oxygen in his cane ASAP. Okay, so let's talk a little bit. We do have, I think, some clips available.
Okay.
I think first and foremost is relative to head coach Sean Payton. What do you think we're going to hear from Sean Payton? I know what we're going to. Go ahead, take it away. Get that voice going. Here we go.
No, I think Sean Payton, I'm not going to do his voice. I'm just going to talk about what I think he's going to talk about. He's going to get questioned about some of the decisions. I know there was, I was looking at the Twitter machine, and there's a lot of people second guessing his choice to punt on 4th and 5 at midfield, down 3 with 5 minutes left in the game.
Yikes.
And so I think he's justifying that. The bad play call in the second half, but I think he's probably going to talk about how we got to play a complete game. We got to play 60 minutes.
Yep.
We weren't up for the
60.
challenge. Everybody's got their fingerprints on this. The players, the coaches, we all got to go back and regroup. We got a little extra time to prepare for the Cincinnati Bengals. It was a short week, yada, yada, yada. But, I don't think he's going to make any excuses. I think he's going to own the collapse, as he should. But he's got a huge ego. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So let's hear what Sean Payton has to say.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Look, that final game go-ahead drive, what were there, 3? There were 3 penalties in that final drive. And, look, it keeps continuing, so we got to do a better job coaching, because it's not like it's new. We dropped coverage tonight 5 different times.
It's sort of surprising, right? You haven't had that many.
Look, in a short week, we got to look closely at, why are these things happening? But 5 different times we had free runners, and you can't have one of their top receivers not covered.
Is your message still, you got what all you want still in front of you as you move on here?
I'll give you the message when we have a message, but right now look, we gotta make the corrections in this game, right? And then we get back to getting ready to play Cincinnati. So we got to find a way to get the 10th win. We know that. So, but I wasn't worried about messages after that game in the locker room.
What's the best things you're seeing out of your club, though, at this stage?
That's fight. They're fighting. I think we're playing hard. But we got to be smarter, and we got to be smarter as coaches as well.
Work smarter, not harder, baby.
We got to be smarter as coaches. Look at those messages. Look, listen, when we we're going to, so if we get it, dude, what are you going to say, right? What are you going to say?
Please. Oh my gosh. I thought you were going to keep going. I was about to fall out of my flipping chair.
Look, when you have a chance to look,
right.
I'm going to.
Right. That's what I heard too.
Messages.
Right. That's what I heard. I heard a whole lot of that.
You know what?
But truly, to your point, what can you say?
Yeah.
Right? What can you say? The game is over.
For a guy like Sean Payton, he's pretty smug, right? He's the smartest guy in the room.
That's what he thinks.
To stand up in front of these media members, grilling him on the mistakes he just made, it's hard for him to stand up there and take that. Exactly.
Yeah.
But he talked about the penalties late in the game. Those didn't help at all. And that was pretty sloppy by the Broncos. Some folks are saying, well, these sorts of people think the NFL is against Sean Payton. They don't want him to win. He got suspended for an entire year by Roger Goodell for lying to Roger Goodell about his role in Bountygate, which is when he was a coach for the New Orleans Saints, and the report came out that they were paying players to intentionally injure other players on other teams. Okay. Did you not know about Bountygate relative to Sean Payton? So the league investigated it, and Sean Payton lied to Roger Goodell about it. And when Roger Goodell found out that Sean Payton lied, he got suspended for an entire year.
Does that feel a little extreme?
It does.
Yeah. Okay.
But ever since then, Sean Payton has felt, right or wrong, that a little bit of a persecution complex when it comes to the league.
Do you think it's a real thing?
A little bit.
Okay. I just want to know.
A little bit. I mean, in the same way that, do you think that the league wants the Chiefs to win? That the refs want the Chiefs to win?
Yes, I do.
So there is a bias in the human beings who are wearing those zebra stripes who get to decide the outcomes of games.
Yeah.
And if they don't like that guy, Sean Payton, then maybe they'd be quick to throw the flag when it's his team who's committing it, and less quick to throw it when it's his team that would benefit from it, such as Marvin Mims down the sideline got interfered with there, didn't he? When we saw that, now it was a bang play, slow motion. It is easier to see it, but that was interference. That didn't get called. Now, Bo Nix also didn't throw the ball. If he would have thrown that ball, it would have been a walk-in touchdown for Marvin Mims. But Sean Payton believes that the league is out to get him, believes that the refs don't want him to win. That could be true. That might not be true, but you have to overcome that regardless. Greg Penner decided to hire Sean Payton regardless of that. They understood that he had been suspended by the league. They understood that he'd been disciplined in a variety of ways, not just for the Bountygate. There was a lot of stuff happening with the Saints that was a little bit shady. Okay, that's ultimately what got him sent out of town. He's here, and some of that stuff has followed him here. Okay, I do have people who I talk to. Some of the folks he's brought from the Saints are not. Let me put it this way: they don't handle things the same way that the old school Broncos integrity, sort of doing things the right way, gold standard in the NFL do. And so Sean Payton carried that, a little bit of that with him. Is that following him here? It seems like it might a little bit. In a close game like that, are the refs going to prefer to help the other team? Maybe, maybe not.
They might.
That said, the Broncos didn't play well in the second half, but Sean Payton is rightly being questioned for some of the decisions he made in the second half.
Fair enough. You mentioned a name, Marvin Mims. We have got a clip from Marvin Mims, and then just after hearing from Marvin Mims, we're going to hear from our friend BK, who is in Los Angeles right now. But first, let's hear what Mims has to say about that game.
Mimsy.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for us was that run game kind of sparked us the first three plays. And after that, we kind of knew what we had, and we kind of got what we wanted from that drive. And, we ended up punching in for a touchdown. I feel like that was a huge momentum play for our team.
What was your reaction to that free kick field goal right at the end of the half?
Yeah, I mean, it's something we talk about in our special teams group, and, it's one of the situations you go through during training camp. So we all knew what was going to happen, and, they executed perfection.
Marvin, was this more about execution or attitude, the fall off in the second half for you?
Yeah, I think, a big Thursday night thing is attitude. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a short week. Both teams are coming off of, pretty hard-fought games. It's the end of the year. Everybody's hurt. Everybody's tired. But at the end of the day, it comes down to who's going to go out there and play the all four quarters. And I feel like we started really hot the first half, but that second half, we didn't play our best ball.
How can you fix that?
Yeah, we just got to keep on learning from it. I mean, if you look at the stats, we're one of the best fourth-quarter teams in football. And, today just wasn't our day.
Last one. Marvin, is it good to know that you've got still plenty in front of you? You guys win and you're in?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, we're in a good spot. We're in a lot of teams chasing us. They want to beat us, but at the end of the day, we're in a good spot. And that loss is going to change the mindset on this one.
All right, well, let's hear from our very own friend, BK, who is live in Los Angeles, got a chance to go to the game and also get us some of these clips so that we could hear from some of our favorite players and head coach. BK looking spiffy as ever. Oh, welcome to the show, BK. How you feeling?
Well, I was feeling better in the first half than the second half, and really the end of the first half with the way that unfolded. Something we haven't seen in nearly 50 years, 1976, the last time that three-point try after a fair catch was made. It was really, obviously, a crazy turn of events. The Broncos could have run the ball out there. They chose to try to be aggressive. Bo Nix was asked about that. He said, look, every team in the league with 45 seconds is going to try to score rather than just run out the clock. But similar to the way the weird end of the first half in Baltimore went, you had a weird momentum shift, although they did come out after the half march down and get a field goal, not a touchdown. You had to love, though, for the first time this year and for the first time since I can remember, probably since Peyton Manning's been here, did they go out and score 3 touchdowns on their first 3 drives in the first half. So a lot of good things to build on, but too many penalties. Sean Payton talked about that with the 7 penalties. And then obviously no real offense to speak of in the second half when you can muster just those 3 points. So all of it's frustrating. Give up 21 unanswered. They still have plenty in front of them, and that was kind of the message, but they also realized they missed a golden opportunity by leaving leaving LA with a loss, I guess.
BK, can you see me? You can't see me.
I can see Liv.
Yeah, right. You can. BK, you're looking great out there. Thank you for being out there. So what do you think accounted for the Broncos' the struggles in the second half offensively? You mentioned 3 drives, 3 touchdowns in the first half. Everything was clicking in the second half. Everything seemed to close up. Guys weren't open. There were no running lanes. Why did that happen?
Look, we know the Chargers have a really good run defense. They were the best run defense in the NFL when the Broncos saw them in October, and they didn't look like that in the first half. And you're like, wow, Audric Estime, I know he got some money for Liv on his anytime touchdown. I have it in my big parlay. It ended up ultimately not hitting, but he easily hit his yardage number. You had to be excited about what you saw there. Blake Watson in his first opportunity running really hard and understanding that he had a chance to go show the coaches and show the league why he was so highly coveted coming out of Memphis as an undrafted player, why the Broncos made him the highest paid undrafted guy. And so all that worked in the first half. And then Bo even said in the second half, they didn't do a lot to change things. They just were a little more effective in their execution. It wasn't that they made big halftime adjustments. Sean Payton talks about that all the time, that teams can't really adjust very much at halftime, especially in a place like this where the press box, where the coaches are, is nowhere near the locker rooms. The Chargers is a little closer than the Broncos. But the point being, they didn't do much differently in terms of the looks they were giving the Broncos. They just were able to execute more. And so the Broncos obviously weren't able to hold on to the football, convert those third downs. They were converting in the first half. And even though they were much better defensively on third down than they were against the Chargers the first time they saw them in Denver, obviously in the second half, they allowed the Chargers to stay on the field and make too many plays and too many dropped coverages. So I've got about one more for you guys before I got to run out of here. So what's the final thing you got for me?
All right, well, let's talk about the Broncos defense, because this Broncos defense is a top 3 defense. I think they were second in points allowed to the Chargers, but they really did get pushed around in that second half there. The Chargers really couldn't miss. They had 3 touchdown drives in the second half. What do you think accounted for that with this defense?
I think that it was just some miscommunication. Sean Payton, when I asked him about why Ladd McConkey was running so open when you know he's clearly Justin Herbert's new favorite target, he said it was a lot of dropped coverages. He liked what he saw from Chris Abrams-Drain. PS2 said that there was some communication, just, issues, nothing catastrophic, but slight miscommunication, and that ended up being enough, I guess. And we got to remember, Justin Herbert's a guy that's thrown for 4,000 yards every year he's been in the league till he got to this year. So even though they weren't running effectively early, we know what he can still do, and he was able to find enough openings. He's not easy to sack, and so ultimately the Broncos defense just wasn't able to get it done.
Well, thank you, BK. We're going to let you get to the airport and get back home to Denver. Are we going to see you on off-field tomorrow morning here?
You'll see me from LA. They're just kicking everybody off the field, so I got to roll.
Oh, you got to roll. I follow instructions. I follow rules. Thank you, BK. Thank you for being out there. Go home. Get some sleep.
Bye, BK.
All right.
Okay. The brothers are fighting. That seems to be my every Monday, Wednesday, Friday right there. And
so they're kicking him off the field, but he waited till the very end, like right before they kick him off the field, to tell us he was ready. Whatever.
Whatever. It's okay. BK, he's
we love
here.
You.
We love him.
We love
He got us some good stuff. And actually, we talk about Justin Herbert, how great he is. But let's not forget, I know this game was not his best. It was not his best piece of work, Mr. Bo Nix. It was not. But he still is a great quarterback, and he's done great things for this Broncos team. And actually, we have a clip from Mr. Bo Nix on how he feels about this win, maybe some of his takeaways, things that he no Bo yet. Bo's coming.
No Bo.
Yeah, no Bo. But don't fret. It's on the way. We're hoping. And I wanted to take a moment to say, great balls of fire. The Nuggets game is tied with 23.5 left on the clock. What did I say?
You said
this Nuggets team down by 9 with 4 minutes left. Don't fret. This Nuggets team, for whatever flipping reason, loves to wait till the last second, the last possible second, to go ahead and pull their heads out of their behinds and say, There's a basketball game we're playing right now. Imagine that. So tied 122 with 23.5 left in the fourth. The Nuggets just took a full timeout after a loose ball foul by Nikola Jokic.
Wow.
So this game is anybody's game right now.
Anybody's ball game.
Anybody's ball game, Nate. And this is what the Nuggets do. You know, Ruben said it earlier. They play down to their opponent. Games that should be comfortable, cozy, wins, sitting by the fireplace. Woo! You're ice cold. Jack Frost is in the house. You know what I mean? So there's some things we got to work on with this Nuggets team, but would love to see them get a dub tonight, considering the fact that it seems all of our teams might be on the struggle bus a little bit.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So, you know, with the difficult loss like the Broncos just had, it would be nice for the Nuggets and the Avs to find a way to win tonight, because everyone was putting their hopes in the Broncos game because, look, the Avs and the Nuggets, it's not make or break time. It's not playoff implications yet, but the Broncos had an opportunity to clinch the playoffs tonight, and they failed. Hopefully the Nuggets don't fail in their opportunity to get us a dub.
Well, Trailblazers just hit 2 free throws. They're now down by 2, but we're not going to stress about that. And we also have a little bit of time left until that bow clip is ready, but we're going to go ahead and move on for the night from this Broncos stuff. Grandpa's tired. He didn't say that. I'm just guessing here. All right. Just guessing here, but we have talked Broncos for quite some time. And like Sean Payton said, on to the next. And that's exactly what we are excited for. The Broncos on Saturday, taking on the Cincinnati Bengals. And I'm pretty sure you could probably find Nate Jackson and I at this very desk.
Oh, yeah.
On Saturday, talking all things Denver Broncos with you. So make sure you're tuning into all things Guerilla Sports. We are going to get Megan Angley back at the desk so that we can talk like a boomerang. Okay, I'm a boomerang tonight. We're going to get her back at this desk, and we are going to toss to Jesse Montano, who is live from San Jose, to give us a recap of that second period, give us some updates. What's he seeing? What's he feeling over there in San Jose? But Nate, thank you for being here.
No, I just
thank you for staying up past your bedtime to be here. And you got a sweet little newborn baby girl.
I got a little nugget at home. She's so sweet. She's
so you need
precious.
to go home to your.
I do, although she's probably asleep. My wife had to put them both to bed tonight, so I'm going to get home, and that's already going to be done.
Let's all give it up for Nate's wife.
That's
tonight.
right.
Taking one for the team.
Thank you, honey. But I also want to give you props, Liv, for holding it down tonight.
Doing my best.
And, you know, everyone at home, I mean, I've been rotating, Megan's, but you've been constant. You've been crushing it all night, and I know it's not going to stop yet, but I just want to give you props for holding it down, Liv.
Thank you, Nate. I appreciate you, and you and I will be live tomorrow.
That's right.
Probably from the desk as well, talking all things Broncos. We can probably preview that Bengals game a little bit more in depth, as well as just take a look at the whole NFL slate and figure out what we like, any hot takes and opinions that we have, and maybe what the playoffs are so slowly starting to become, because we are getting closer and closer. Little update for you. Trailblazers taking a timeout because it's 124 with about 16.8 on the clock for the Denver Nuggets. Yeah, it's intense, but we're going to wrap things up here. Quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, I will be joined by not only Megan Angley, but also Jesse Montano to talk about that second period. And then after that, we will talk all things Denver Nuggets, and hopefully it's a win. So don't go anywhere. Nate, thank you for being here. We'll catch Nate again tomorrow for an episode of Off Field at 11 a.m. Mountain Time. Don't miss it. And for now, don't go anywhere. More hockey and basketball content coming after the break. See ya. Thank you for sticking around with us with that short little commercial break there. We just had to get some things situated because now I am joined by not only Megan Angley, but also our very own super talented Jesse Montano, who is live from San Jose. Not only did he go to morning skate to kind of feel things out ahead of this game, but he also went to the game and is going to get us all things Avalanche content throughout the night. Jesse, thank you for being here. We love having you here. How are you feeling? I've been learning things from Megan Angley while I've been at this desk about hockey. I am no professional, but I'm getting closer and closer, I would say, inch by inch. How are you feeling about this matchup so far?
You know, I liked a lot of things they did the first. Sorry for the noise, by the way. They waited right until I started this to crank everything up. It was nice and calm.
You're good. We can hear you. You're good.
Picked it up. You know, I liked a lot of things that they did early. They looked like the effort was there. The commitment level was there in the first period. I liked it. And they just said, we don't want to do that anymore in the second period and took their foot off the gas. The roller coaster ride continues a little bit here. Blackwood's been good in net, but definitely a disappointing second period where it felt like a lot of good things in the first. And then they all just kind of stopped there in the second period.
You know, the first period was so great. I was complimenting the top line. I said, Nathan McKinnon, he looks like a man possessed. But in the second period, it felt like within the top six generally, that's where some of the worst mistakes were made. Did you observe such a big change up from the first into the second?
Yeah, Nathan McKinnon in particular, Megan, like I thought in the first period, he was moving I thought he was engaged. I thought he was leading the way. And then it all just kind of stopped. And that second goal that the Sharks scored is a result of turnover from those top guys that you're talking about. So, yeah, they've got to be better. They got to be the ones to lead the way here. I've been coming in and out listening to what you guys are talking about. So, can you guess which team I'm talking about? AVS, when I say stuff like that?
5 giveaways in the second period after what was a pretty responsible first period. What do you think needs to change going into the third period?
It's been super sloppy all night. Sloppy. Led to a lot of run and gun, up and down. The Avs got to settle the game down, and they got to get into the way that they like to play. It's just way too sloppy for a team like San Jose, who's
Okay, we kind of lost Jesse there. Connection was a little bad. What were your biggest takeaways from the things that we did hear Jesse say? Do you agree? Do you have differing opinions there, or is he pretty much seeing the same things you're seeing right now?
No, he's seeing the same things, and the things that he's seeing are unacceptable. It's not just, okay, we recognize this team is still probably battling illness in ways, but in getting to rewatch the goals that we saw scored live while we were talking about the first period, which was so great, I hate the goals against in this game. And I'm looking at the top guys on the ice for both goals against making avoidable mistakes. And I think they're effort-based. I think that they are not doing what they need to do, taking the 3 extra strides in and out of contact to win battles, to win pucks. And similarly, they're not tending to their net front and taking care of home plate to clear pucks from the crease more quickly, settle pucks, and breaking out the puck to transition ice play up ice, and that's a strength of their game. This is a possession team, and that was demonstrated in the first period, but they slipped 5v5 and all situations now behind the 8 ball in that sense, and a little bit behind in the shots battle, held to just 8 shots on net in the second period to San Jose's 11. It needs to be better. They create offense like it's second nature, so that needs to get better first and foremost. But the top guys had a great first period, make some defensive mistakes in the second period. They need to make sure they're not cutting any corners. You can't cheat this game, even if it's the San Jose Sharks. That is my big frustration. I understand that maybe they've underestimated what this team is capable of, but it's not just the storyline of Guerilla and Blackwood. There are important points in the standings that they're battling for, and it doesn't get easier. Their schedule is just a grind for the rest of the year, especially the rest of December, January. They have Anaheim tomorrow night. There isn't any rest in between. They need to figure this out now.
Yeah, Yeah, no, and hopefully the Avs can figure it out a little better than the Denver Nuggets, because the Nuggets lost to a buzzer beater, 126-124 Portland. Not super thrilled about that, but we do have a super chat from Megan here. Woo! Okay, woo! What did they say? Megan should show Liv NST. Woo! Money dance. Yep, you drop a super chat and we do the money dance. Ooh, ooh, make it rain. Loving that. What is NST? What is
Natural Stat Trick. It is an
Do tell,
advanced
Megan.
stats website. I want to know if this exists in the NBA also, but it's an advanced stats website that tracks everything you can basically imagine in hockey. So
Okay.
that's where I can see high danger chances period by period. It measures things like expected goals against based upon where a shot was taken on the ice.
Wow.
It gives it a grade. And that's
Wow.
how you've got medium danger chances, high danger chances. And so you can better assess through analytics, but also match with the eye test, which is always important.
Eye tests do matter. Yes.
That's Natural Stat Trick. Does advanced stat websites like that exist for NBA?
They do. And you know what? Sometimes this is maybe my fault as a sports fan / a sports reporter / somebody that talks sports for a living. I think I rely more on eye tests than anything else, right? So I could get a 20-point performance from Jamal Murray and I'm watching, and you mentioned my favorite word. Chat, you better get in that little comment section and figure out which word she said that I absolutely loved. I'm going to give you a few minutes, because if you've been watching my Nuggets content, she just said a word that you know I have constantly harped on this season as it pertains to this Denver Nuggets team and what I think is lacking with them, because despite a win, or despite a 20-point performance from a Jamal Murray, or a 40-point performance from Nikola Jokic, there is always something missing with this Nuggets team. And I'm going to draw a parallel here between what you're talking about with this Avs team and what they're maybe not doing great in this matchup, and relate it to the Denver Nuggets just now losing to the Portland Trailblazers. They had no business losing to the Portland Trailblazers, but because of this one thing that they were missing that you just talked about, it put themselves in a position, and I talk about this often, where in that first half, maybe for the Avs, it's that first period or the first two periods, sometimes they dig themselves a hole that is too deep to get out of. Sometimes they just can't, even if they turn things on in that fourth quarter, like they did tonight. I even said, I looked right into that camera and said, if they're down by 9 with 4 minutes left, trust me, hope is not lost, because for whatever reason, they find that spark, they find that rhythm with final minutes left on the clock, but they dug themselves such a deep hole in those first 2 quarters, or that first half, or the first 3 quarters even, that by the time they're ready to show up and give, has anyone guessed the word? I'm so disappointed in my Nuggets fans. I'm so disappointed. You guys know the word. I'm just going to say it. It's effort. I talk about it all the time. And that is why I rely on eye test more than stats sometimes, right? Because I will watch Jamal Murray splashing threes. And to me, when it's still lacking that effort, that hustle, I don't really care about the threes anymore, because I know that had you had more effort in that first half or those first 3 quarters, your 3 of 4 from the 3-point line should have been 6 of 10. You know, it's like, I don't like settling for bare minimum. I don't like applauding a fish for swimming. You know, this is their job at the end of the day. This is their job, and this is what they get paid to do. So when you are watching your favorite team or the team that you cover and you don't feel like the effort is always there, it can be very frustrating. Even if they get a win, or they're, you know, squeaking by, or they're still winning games here and there, or they're still getting, you know, they're having solid performances from a personal standpoint, from a stat line perspective. Sometimes it's just not enough. When you're lacking that effort, that is massively important to me, arguably sometimes more important. Oh, money dance. Uh-oh. What money dance? What does it say? Liv, we always finding bad ways to lose. It hurts. Cedric.
Yeah, sad money dance.
Right. Yeah, actually, no more money dancing. I'm sad. No, but it is true, Cedric. You know, that is something that, again, we're hoping to not see with the Avs tonight. We're hoping that they have, you know, they had enough of that fire in that first period. And yes, they had a bad second period, if you will, but again, in my brain, the whole is this. Not only do they have to tie it, but they have to score again, and they've got to win it. So it does. You put yourself in a position, and when it's just mistakes that you make, we don't expect these athletes to be perfect 100% of the time. That is unrealistic, and it wouldn't be fair of us to think that. However, when it's effort-based, that's when it's frustrating.
especially from your top players.
I
You
know.
can and should expect better from them.
Of course.
They are supposed to be setting the example.
Mhm.
And that's why, kind of like you, it's not always the numbers that I measure a player by. Mikko Rantanen has 100-point seasons back-to-back, but he could be a frustrating player to watch because sometimes he goes ghost, and he'll still probably collect 1 million secondary assists even in those periods of going ghost. He's still a world-class player, but he could be frustrating. Tonight, I'm a little frustrated with him.
Yeah.
I think he was a little too soft in battles and completely left his assignment unattended on the first goal against. And I'm not keying in on just Mikko Rantanen.
Of course.
Soft pass from Arturi Lehkonen to try and break out the puck to Nathan McKinnon just gets picked off by a San Jose Sharks player. They're better than this. And that's why it's frustrating. One, because it's just a matter of applying themselves for the full 60. Kind of even looking at the Broncos game, it's like they had this great first half. And then I think with them, I'm chalking it up to youth. I'm not giving the Avs the excuse of being maybe a little bit inexperienced. Do they know better than this? It's still a 1-goal difference. So it's completely within striking distance. But I'm not going to be very kind if they don't find what they need. You know, you talked about too little, too late with the Nuggets. The Avs can recall the Carolina game recently where the Avs applied a huge push in the third period. They still lose this game. They deserve to lose it because of how they played for 40 minutes prior to that late push. And that's frustrating because you don't give them credit for the late push. It was too little, too late. They put themselves in that position.
Absolutely. And you bring up a really great point. When it's the star players, it always stings a little bit more. You know, I look at this game for Aaron Gordon tonight, and that's a player that has been injured throughout this season. So you kind of give a little bit of grace to players that are fighting back from injury. But he's also a player that just got paid. And so there's also the expectation of when you take money from this organization, you take it away from somebody else that may want the money. And so when we've got an MPJ, a Michael Porter Jr., who's got trade rumors swirling around his head because he's our last tradable piece left. It's tough for me to see Aaron Gordon as a starting power forward play 31 minutes of basketball and score 2 points. Those
are hockey numbers.
Correct. He was 1 of 6 from the field, Megan. 0 of 3 from 3. That's tough for me. That's really tough for me to swallow that pill, knowing had Aaron Gordon made 1 or 2 more of those shots, we wouldn't have lost by a buzzer beater in the fourth quarter. Jamal Murray, max contract, scored 24 points tonight. And if you guys have been following me, you know 24 points is actually one of his best performances of this season, one of the better ones. Do I still accept 24 points as a max contract player? I don't. There are players in the NBA that score 40 plus points. So 24 as a max contract player, I'll take it. I'm not gonna badger Jamal Murray all night long like I typically do. But in 38 minutes of basketball, I think my expectations are just a touch higher. CB with 13. He's somebody, Megan, that stepped into the starting lineup and replaced one of our key veterans that we lost in the offseason. And he was a rookie last season. So this is his first year starting as a Denver Nugget. And so you have a little bit of grace with guys like that, right? He was 5 of 10 from the field, 1 of 2 from 3. I have a little bit more grace for guys like that. Nikola Jokic, as I mentioned, being the it factor, being the guy, being the McKinnon of the Denver Nuggets. 34 points for him tonight, everybody. 5 total rebounds. That is unlike him. This is typically a guy that's got a triple-double under his belt at all times. 5 rebounds is not a whole lot. 8 assists for him. So not super stellar performances by this Nuggets team. Now, if you remember, we talked and made a parallel between Avs and Nuggets. And one of the players I talked about really being a strong suit for this Nuggets team was Russell Westbrook.
Yes.
Russell Westbrook had 19 off the bench. He played 33 minutes, which is actually quite a bit of minutes as a bench player. 19 points for him, 7 assists, 4 rebounds, 1 steal, 2 blocks. So this is what I mean when I talk about a guy that absolutely elevates this Nuggets team. He may not be perfect. Trust me, he's not scoring 19 points every night. But one thing you can never take away from a Russell Westbrook is the effort that he gives. And when they give constant, genuine effort 24/7, every time they're out there, you know they're going to be giving full effort. They're going to be putting foot on the gas, full throttle. You're willing to have more grace with them when they're not perfect. But when 100%. You couple the imperfect performances and or bad performances with a lack of effort, that's when it gets really, really difficult. Okay, Avs right now, how are you feeling about was that a goal? Oh gosh, I cannot watch. You guys, I can't follow the puck to save my life. I don't know if I've got bad eyesight or it just moves too fast. Are you seeing things right now? We've got the TV in front of us, so if we're looking up, that is what we're looking at. Are you seeing things that you like or dislike right now more?
Like.
Okay.
So I liked at the drop of the puck to start the third, there were some opportunities on net that were stopped by Guerilla early. And it looks like they're continuing to apply a little bit more pressure. So I see a sense of urgency that they've started this period with. They come ahead now in the shots battle just by a handful, but it's important for them to have that kind of momentum to start because they can usually build off of that, especially because like our friends the Nuggets, they can push kind of late. I'm expecting a big push here. And the top line, because it did start the night so well and they were doing things to create great opportunities, they still can. I like that save from Mackenzie Blackwood. I think he's been exactly what they need him to be tonight.
Yay.
So I'm not just going to look to the top line. I'm still looking at the whole of the lineup.
Love it.
We need a hero, though. And so I'd love to see it be a redemptive moment for a player like Nathan McKinnon or Mikko Rantanen inside the top six who weren't really great on some of the goals against, but I'll take a goal from anyone right now.
Yeah, right? Doesn't matter who you are. Somebody just please score.
Ivan, step on up.
Ivan. Hey, I mentioned you earlier today. I don't know ya, but I've heard your name a whole lot in this Guerilla Sports studio, so I know you exist, and I know that you've got some fans in the building. So Ivan, let's get to it here.
Ivan.
So this Avs team here, we are, again, third period. It looks like they've got the momentum right now, would you say? Do you think that the momentum is in their favor, or is it swinging the other way?
It's in their favor.
Okay.
But it's a game of such small margins, like the margin for error, and so it can swing quickly, but it's good right now.
Okay. And would you say Blackwood is an upgrade?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I don't want to use this as an opportunity to dunk all over Alexander Guerilla. No. His time in Colorado had come to an end for a reason. I think that there are positives to being in the San Jose organization. There are challenges there too, but in Colorado, he was paid to be a starter, and there were moments this year where Justus Annunen took his job. So it just wasn't working out.
Yeah.
The Avs needed a more sure thing. Mackenzie Blackwood, he's battled some injury earlier in his career, but since coming to San Jose, he not only got his body right, so he's been healthier, he's been playing behind a struggling San Jose team, but has just continued to get better from last season into this one.
That's
facing
awesome.
Some of the highest shot volume of any team in the league and still maintaining an above 900 save percentage. A lot of high danger chances his way too. He seems to thrive under that kind of pressure. So people look at his past when he played for New Jersey, which was more of a playoff competitive team.
Okay.
Can he handle the pressure then, is what people wondered about him. I think injuries were the story of his time in New Jersey more than anything. And so in San Jose, he hasn't had a chance to compete in the playoffs, so we don't really know how he handles that kind of pressure, especially this version of him that is a lot healthier and has gotten better because he is a young goaltender. I have a lot of faith in the upside for Mackenzie Blackwood, and I think that Colorado does well with these sort of reclamation project type goalies. Like, I don't even know if he really fits that category, but they're getting such a good foundation coming from San Jose in him, and he's huge.
I love it.
It makes it easy to stop the puck when he's as big as he is, but he's extremely athletic, and you can see, not specifically right now, but the team is more confident playing in front of him.
Okay.
This is a huge penalty kill. So the penalty kill in the month of December has actually been in the top 10. It's been a pretty good PK. And they've got some of their biggest tryhards out there. So the PK guys are all heart, soul, energy type players. They're going to try for a shorthanded chance. If they don't, they're being silly. And this can be something that they build even more momentum off of. So not only do I want to see a strong kill that doesn't allow any goals against, I want to see all of the shifts that follow energize this group, get back into this game.
Love it.
Even more so.
Okay. So Blackwood, upgrade in so many ways, without dogging on the former. You know, that's not what we're trying to do here, but definitely an upgrade, which is huge. Do you think it's a move that the Avs made that is better setting them up for a championship caliber season?
100%.
Do you think the goalie,
Georgiev.
Georgiev. We're learning here, folks, okay? Be patient with me. Do you think that he was potentially a roadblock as it pertained to being another championship contending team?
I think partly. You know, he actually had a key role in their playoff run this past summer. He had a difficult game 1 in the first round in the Winnipeg series, but he completely turned it around after that and became such an important reason that opposite one of the best goaltenders in the world in Connor Hellebuck, who looked very human in that series, Georgiev helped them to come out of it. The team played better in front of him too after game 2 when he really bounced back. And then through the Dallas series, I thought Georgiev was good. And the reason that they lost, I think, was the absolute gut punch of losing Val Nichushkin unexpectedly.
Yeah.
I don't think they could have overcome that. So I'm looking at Georgiev, and I want to give him some credit. He's not the fault of that playoff run being unsuccessful.
Okay.
But looking ahead into this year, I do think he would have been a roadblock because it's the mental game for him.
Yeah.
He doesn't handle it very well. When he experiences lows in game, he gets frustrated and he doesn't channel that into something productive that helps him to play better. He falls apart. And so in a 7-game playoff series, they can't afford that kind of unpredictability at the goaltending position. And that's where he would have been a roadblock, is even if he's playing well, I think the team has a little bit of trust issues and trauma around some of his low points that it could get in their heads in a playoff series. So I think it was important to address this so that they can tune out that noise of what's going on in net and just focus on their own game. And that's why this is a little disappointing tonight, because everybody was buzzing around the goaltending situation with the Avs for so long. They go out and they solve it in a really big and shocking way. This is the performance the Avs reward us with. It doesn't feel right. Like, okay, everyone was crying out for better goaltending. That's been addressed. Now it's up to you guys.
Yeah.
There aren't other excuses. I get
Right?
it. You might be a little sick. I get it. There are still some injuries. You're capable of winning hockey games. And if you can't figure it out with this iteration of the lineup, then you're not a championship caliber team.
Yeah,
And I still think
absolutely.
that they are. I just think that they're letting us down a little bit tonight. And it's still a 1-goal game. That's very dramatic of me. But
No, you know what? With me sitting right next to you, you're allowed to be a drama queen because you're looking right at maybe the biggest one on the planet. So you are allowed to have those moments. We just had a comment that said the Nuggets and the Avs really are mirror images of one another. And that's exactly what we were talking about at the top of the show, Megan. And I want to get back to that. I still have some parallels that I want to ask you about as it pertains. If you're a Nuggets fan, you will know exactly who and what I am talking about when I ask her these questions. And if you're an Avs fan, her responses, you'll probably also understand. And we're going to make those comparisons now. Okay. We talked about the slump following a championship that both teams have felt. We talked about maybe the lack of trust that fans may have with the front office and their decision-making skills between both of these teams. We also talked about how every game feels a little winnable when you've got a guy like McKinnon or Nikola Jokic out on the ice or the court. So my final one for you right now, and maybe you can help me draw some parallels with where if you've listened to me now talk about the Nuggets a little bit, maybe you've come up with some of on your own. Are the Avs a team that you always feel like they'll figure it out when they need to?
We've kind of talked about how the Avs can sometimes play better when they're coming from behind. I hate that. But I do think it's
hate that, yes.
overarching theme of this team that they do have a good feel, especially when the stakes are very high, for when to apply gas, when to let up on it, when they can afford to. And when they put on the gas, it's usually very successful because they're stacked with talent and speed, and it can be hard to counter when they're in that mode. And so I would agree with that. I think it's part of this team's identity, and it can be a little frustrating because in season, there's always this worry of, well, can you turn it back on? You know, like, kind of feels like you're a little bit off right now. We've seen you turn it back on, but can you really command that at will again this season? Because it feels like year after year, you just find yourself wondering, and then you feel silly for doubting the Avs in the first place. But I think this year, the reason it's been fair is because we haven't seen a complete picture of this team even to this day. I allude to injuries that still exist. And so it's a little hard to see who these Avs are.
Yeah.
But it's the closest we've been to seeing who they are in a while. That's why I'm not making excuses. But I think this is the time of the season to start building that part of their identity and prove to themselves that they are capable of coming from behind and finding ways to win no matter the circumstance.
Oh, yes.
Because in a 7-game series, they're going to be relating back to these experiences. They're going to be pointing to the failures of the regular season as a roadmap to avoid that in a playoff series. So I think it's important to fail in the regular season. So
battle tested, if you will.
It's battle tested. The scar tissue, it's kind of muscle memory then. They know how that felt. They know why. Hey, they just tied it.
Come on now.
You know who I think it was?
Woo! Let's hit that money dance. I know we didn't make any money right now, but let's hit it.
It's our 50 goal scorer, Mikko Rantanen. Not this season, but I was just very critical of him.
Where are the lights? Where are the party lights?
Single-handedly pinned this game, the mistakes of the first goal, on him. What a redemptive moment for Mikko Rantanen.
Redemption, Mikko. That's what we want to see, Mikko. Woo!
Great pass from McKinnon across the slot.
You gotta love to see it, really. If it's not going to be the Denver Nuggets and it's not going to be the Denver Broncos, so help me God, let it be the Avs. Please, let's just have a little fun, okay? I wanted to ask you, because I was listening to you chat about the question that I had just asked, and I wanted to know now, because I find myself running into this problem a lot as it pertains to the Denver Nuggets. Do you ever find yourself in that battle? This is kind of a two-part question.
Okay.
Here. Do you ever find yourself, one, in the battle between being a fan and being an analyst? Because that is a very hard battle, okay? It's very, very difficult. So that's the first part of the question. And the second part of the question is, when our teams lose matchups, lose games that they shouldn't, do you find it hard to convince people that they are legitimate? They're a legitimately talented team, or they're a contending team, or they deserve more respect when they drop the ball in games that they absolutely should not? Because I'm battling that with this Denver Nuggets team. They lost to the Wizards, which I will just tell you in a long story short, they are maybe the worst team in the NBA, if not the worst team in the NBA. And we have Nikola Jokic on our team. So when they lose games like that, and they lose games to the Trailblazers, and they drop these games that you're just like, really? Do you find yourself battling that, trying to convince people, I promise you this team is good. I promise you this team is talented? Because they kind of, I don't want to say embarrass us, but they contradict everything we talk about on a daily basis.
Yes. It is funny to think about, even in this game, some of the things I'm like, hey, they should avoid doing this, and then they immediately do it. It's like, well, that's why we avoid doing it.
You're like, and I told you not to do that. No, and you didn't listen.
But it's true, because one, I think we are so close in proximity to two teams who've won. And so I think that creates a rich palate for the fan base of what they've come to expect. They've got expensive taste.
We're bratty, 100%.
So that's why I think it becomes hard to convince. I also wonder if this is part of it, but the Avs have experienced some pretty unfortunate lows. And I think a lot of people still have that ingrained in their memory. And I think that's true of the Nuggets too. Like, I think specifically back to Jared Bednar's first season was the 48-point season. That was a franchise low. And they bounced back from that. And obviously, just a few seasons later, win a Stanley Cup. But I think even Coach Malone's first season was like a .402 win percentage. It wasn't necessarily good. So there's a lot of building that has to happen to get to this point. And so I think maybe being reminded of the dark days is also frustrating, because they're not so far removed in our history of remembering these teams. I just think to some really difficult Avs teams in like the early 2010s even. So I think that's maybe what I see when Avs fans react with huge disappointment when teams lose games that they should be winning. And it always goes back to the Stars. I feel a little bad about this, but people look at them so harshly. Like Mikko Rantanen,
you know what? It happens
right away
it happens.
Tonight.
It really does. I am tougher on Jamal Murray than I am on Peyton Watson. Guess why? Because Jamal Murray makes more money. He's a veteran. I trust him more. He's built that trust. I've seen him do it. So therefore, my expectation is higher. It is unfortunately just a nature of the beast that when you're good, people expect that of you more often. And is it fair to always expect greatness out of these athletes? No, they're humans. They go through life issues, and I would argue it's been a tough year for the hockey community as a whole. I know that it started on a very somber
note.
very, very sad note. So, they're human beings at the end of the day, and these things do affect how they play, and they do affect how they show up for their job. The same way, if something happened in my personal life, it would affect how I show up for my job. So there is that understanding, and we are able to make that separation. But at the same time, there is also a very high standard that we set for players that we know are capable of being a forever great, a player that will go down in history and be remembered forever. So you do hold them to that standard, because right now, Jamal Murray is an example of a Denver Nugget that has what it takes. I'm not making that up. I've seen him do it. He's done it, you know? And when he did it, there was a whole lot more effort being shown than there is now. So when I'm not seeing it now, I've got to chalk it up to the fact that you didn't go ice cold. You're not washed at 20-something years old. You're just not trying. There's a difference. So it's tough. I get it, though.
I wondered from the personal standpoint, with Aaron Gordon and MPJ. I know that they've had a lot of things in their personal life that have been very challenging. What has the reception from the fan base been like around their seasons, particularly at low points? And do they seem to be doing better?
Yeah, you know what? That's a really great question, because I think, as most Nuggets fans know, and if you're not a basketball watcher, Aaron Gordon very, very sadly lost his older brother to a car accident. And that was just earlier this year, actually. And Michael Porter Jr., my goodness, had, I believe, a younger brother who was behind the wheel of a car under the influence. And he struck and unfortunately took somebody's life over by the University of Denver. And one of his other brothers, who was a basketball player, actually was caught gambling on himself. And I believe in the next couple of days, if not today, I don't recall the actual date, was sent to be sentenced for fraud for 3 to 4 years potentially. So he's got two brothers that he now won't have direct contact with and won't be able to see whenever he wants. And unfortunately, a life was lost on the other side of his younger brother's bad decision. And so there was a lot of concern for me, not are they still going to play well, but are they okay? Right. When these are human beings at the end of the day. And as fans, I think we do feel that personal connection with these players. They don't know we exist, but it doesn't matter. We watch them and we root for them. And in the same way that we root for them, we're angry with them because we wanted them to be better than they were. But I will say that we did ask Aaron Gordon at the beginning of the season how he was doing, because this did happen in the offseason. This did not happen very long ago. And it sounds like to me, this Denver Nuggets team has a culture that is exactly where you want to be if you're dealing with hard stuff.
Yeah.
These are their brothers. These are people that they want to be around 24/7 to pick them up and make them feel better about a bad situation. And so I think it was very helpful for him. Now, what's really tough, and I'm not saying what's really tough about MPJ that I think is it just makes it different than the Aaron Gordon thing. Of course, Aaron Gordon's brother passed away, so that is its own horrible, horrible situation. But MPJ, it's a new update on a case, or he has time to process what happened, and then the sentencing is a year later. And then after that, his other brother gets in trouble, and the sentencing is a year later after that. So he's kind of had this prolonged process of probably trying to emotionally figure out where he even stands, and of course, grief is one of those horrible, nasty things that lasts forever, really. So both of them grieving in their different ways, and it's horrible. But from what I understand, the culture that head coach Malone has established within the Nuggets organization is one that these players want to be a part of. And when they're going through hard times, they want to be a part of it even more.
Yeah.
So I think that's obviously very, very important. Would you say the same for the Avs culture? I mean, have you gotten that sense from the Avs culture?
Yeah. And, very different, but they've experienced different types of hardship away from the rink. And Sam Girard was a player who struggled with anxiety and substance use, alcohol last year, and entered the player assistance program. And he came out of that program. It was resources that the league provides, but he came out of it, rejoined the team, and seemed to be doing so much better, not
Yeah.
just in terms of his on-ice play, which also took a huge upward swing, but you could see how much his teammates value him here in Colorado, and it feels like it's a tight-knit bunch. Kind of similarly, it's hard, but the Val Nichushkin situation, he abandons his teams in the playoffs now another time, and his return was met with reception after having been suspended for 6 months, so they had time to think about it, but he was embraced pretty warmly when he returned this year as well, and I'd like to hope and think, too, that they lean on each other now more than ever. I think that's maybe been born from some of these experiences that they've had.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does matter because, like I said, they're humans first and athletes second. Although
Mikko Rantanen.
Again?
No, Kivi.
Kiviranta. Who's Kivi? Who the flip is Kivi?
Yoel Kiviranta. He is another Finnish player.
I can't keep up. Woo! Okay. Woo!
Where's
Money dance.
Jesse? Jesse's always dogging
Who
on
is
Kivi.
Kivi? Jesse.
Who is
Eat
Kivi?
your words, Jesse. Kivi is here, and Kivi's making noise. Woo! Money dance. Woo! Okay. Wow. We love to see it. Okay. If it wasn't going to be the Nuggets or the Broncos, let it be somebody. Here we go, Avs. Tear it up. But let's not get too excited. How much time is left? A lot of time in hockey,
I'm
right?
so excited to just hear you saying, woo, who is Kivi?
Who's Kivi? Woo, woo, woo. Guess what? I didn't know who Kivi was before, but I know him now. Yeah, Kivi, I'll never forget you again. Look at you go.
I'll never forget you again.
Okay, Kivi. Give it up for Kivi in the chat. Woo! Love that. Okay, well, that was great.
I love your
this.
reaction to this so much more.
I'm sweating, guys. I mean, my gosh, this is just craziness. Well, fantastic. Okay.
I said depth scoring. They gave me depth scoring. I'm just so happy right now.
You know what? Listen here. Megan pretty much called it. The things that you clocked that you wanted to see better in this game, I think you've got a little bit of that happening here, right? Did you not get a power play?
They
Oh, she said at the top of the show, I better see some power play action. Guess what? They gave it to her. What else did you say? You said what deep
depth scoring.
Depth scoring. Oh,
Kiviranta, I said the top guys need to be better. They made some mistakes. Mikko Rantanen specifically makes some mistakes. He scores the tying goal.
And Kivi.
And our guy
Who's
Kivi?
Kivi? Kivi is a goal scorer. That's who Kivi is.
Kivi is a goal scorer.
You know what? Wait, is Jesse a Kivi hater?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesse Montano, I hope you're listening. Kivi hater, my tush. Wow. Okay. Who's Kivi? I love Kivi. Let's go, Kivi.
We love Kivi.
We love Kivi. You know what, Jesse? I'm coming for your spot on this show because I've never been a Kivi hater. Did I know who he was before this? No, but I've never hated him. So I'm just saying. Watch out, Jesse. I might be coming for your spot in that chair over there.
Chloe, take a mental note.
Wow.
This has got to be a clip.
Wow, Kivi.
For Kivi Nation.
Kivi. Give it up for Kivi.
Nation,
Kivi.
let's rise.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay, Kivi. So we've had I'm gonna see if I can get this right.
Okay,
Rantanen.
so that's bad.
Did they just score?
But
what'd they do?
But
oh, come on. Don't take away Kivi's shine like that. What just happened?
That just means Kivi's gotta
all right,
get
Kivi,
another.
do it again. Run it back, Kivi. Run it back, Kivi. Run it back. Do it again, Kivi.
That one's going to sting a
Is that a
little
goal?
bit. That's an own goal, it looks like.
Are you kidding me right now?
Looks like it goes...
Did he elbow it into the goal? Is that even a thing?
Okay, I think it must have gone off
Okay.
the Sharks player hand and it didn't count.
Oh, perfection. Okay.
It's
cool.
okay. Everything's okay. We didn't panic.
But-
It's a good thing we didn't panic.
But do it again, Kivi. Do it again, Kivi. Kivi, let's go. Woo! I love it. Oh my gosh. I bet Jesse is weeping. Oh! Go, Kivi. We love it. Woo! Okay, well, on that note, to be honest with you, I actually think I need a really large slice of pizza because I think when I screamed just now about Kivi, I exerted a little too much energy.
That's so valid.
Wow, because Kivy just had me all types of excited that I didn't even know I could have for a player I didn't know 5 minutes ago. But shout out to Kivy. Shout out to the Avs. They're up 3-2 with what, 5 minutes left in the third period here, Megan?
Yeah,
Around
5:31.
Okay, 5:31. We're going to take a quick, and I mean quick, commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We will be wrapping with hopefully a celebration, all things Avalanche, as they hopefully get this win on the road against the San Jose Sharks. We may hear from Jesse again if he can get that Wi-Fi fixed, and we'll probably hear from maybe some players, maybe some coaches. I don't know. We're going to hear from all of it. We're going to talk all things Colorado Avs, and hopefully Kivy has got more for us after the commercial break. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a minute. You guys, I had to go. Kevy! Woo! Oh my gosh. You guys, I have my slice with me. I had to get over here as fast as possible because did my eyes or ears deceive me, or did Kimmy just do again what he did the first time? Kimmy!
He just did it again.
Oh, Jack! Weeping like a baby! Oh, Kimmy! Woo! Kivy, I had no Kivy. Don't take this the wrong way, Kivy. I did not know who the F you were 10 minutes ago. I will never forget you, Kivy. From this moment moving forward, I'm buying a Kivy jersey. Where do they sell them? Megan, where can I get a Kivy jersey? I need one now.
Custom.
Wow. I'm custom making a Kivy jersey, just so you know. Wow. Okay. Abs.
If you want to see what he looks like, he kind of looks like a Bond villain.
What a handsome devil. You are amazing. Wow. Well, actually, you know, this is a bit of a scary thing. He looks a little scary. To be honest, Kivy, I want you to smile next time. This is a bit frightening. But if you're going to keep doing this,
he
I don't
hasn't
care
scored
what you
his
look like.
7th of the year yet.
Wow. Okay. This is amazing. This is amazing. Let me make sure my microphone's good. Because I kind of just threw this thing on and got
Same.
back over here because wow, you guys, shout out Kivy. I am learning a whole lot. And what I've learned the most out of this whole thing is I love Kivy.
Kiviranta.
And this pizza is awesome. Love Kivy. Love this pizza. It's been a long night. I hadn't eaten yet, so I apologize for my eating mid-show. How unprofessional! But we had to get back over here because wow, he's doing it.
He's doing.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait to flame Jesse when he hops on with us. Oh, Jesse, you were hating on the wrong guy. Kivy is showing you what he is all about, and I love it. Ooh, good save. Wow. Okay. Shout out, Kivy. Kivy,
Shout out,
you're the
Kivy.
man.
I just
okay?
had a second before.
I didn't know who you were before I got here. I'm leaving this place tonight knowing exactly who you are, what you're about. And Jesse Montano, the Kivy hate ends tonight. You understand me? Okay, we're done. Shout out, Kivy. Who is Kivy? I know him now. I will never forget him again. Shout out to Kivy. So 4-2, minute 30. Oh, we cannot wait to get Jesse on here, Megan. What's the first thing you're going to say if we get Jesse on here with us? What's the first thing you're going to say to him about Kivy?
I'm going to be talking about Kiviranta's hat trick because they're going to pull the goaltender. They're going to put Kivy on the ice. They're going to feed him pucks at every opportunity.
Don't let it happen.
And we're going to be screaming over Kiviranta's hat trick. He just scored his 7th goal of this season. He has been described by Jared Bednar as phenomenal because he is one of those guys who just needs to be consistent and reliable. And he has been this year. There were some moments last year where his game would disappear a little bit. It's not like he actively hurt the team in any way.
Right.
Because he's utilized in a depth role. He's not going to go out there and score 2 every night, except for tonight.
Well, yeah, never say never.
Tonight.
Shout out Kivy.
Shout out Kivy.
Woo! Look at him. He knows he is a bad mamma jamma.
He
Look at
came
him.
alive in the
Woo,
playoffs.
Kivy!
The
We love
Winnipeg
it.
series, they put him on a 3rd line, and he really found some chemistry there. So coming into this year, they just said, hey, can you channel a little bit of what you were doing at the end of last year into this year? Because he signed an extension. So they brought him in for another year here with this Avs team. And
consider it channeled.
Consider it channeled. They needed somebody to step up.
Wow.
And get some goal support as insurance to make sure this game stays within their clutches, climb back in the win column. And Kiviranta is the hero that the Avs didn't know they needed.
Wow.
Except
if I would have made you, as a betting woman, Megan, if I said, who do you think, if any player on the ice tonight has 2 goals, who will it be? Would you ever have guessed?
Our boy Kivy?
Kivy.
No, and
the man, the myth, the legend.
I shouldn't have second guessed him. He's a hard worker. He's been working hard with his line all year.
Good for him.
I actually, too, it was one of the most consistent lines coming out of the first period. I talked about 8 Corsi 4 events, 0 chances against, because they're responsible as heck. What I like, too, which springs the first goal for him, is a forced turnover from Val Nichushkin. Logan O'Connor sets up the ice with speed for the odd man rush, and Kiviranta puts the puck behind Georgiev. Former teammate as of recently.
Teammate.
Yeah.
He said, eat this,
big.
buddy. Sorry. He said, just deal with this because he was on fire and nobody was slowing him down tonight. Shout out Kivy.
Shout out Kivy stepping up when the team really needed him. Wow. They needed to collect this win. They've got another game tomorrow in Anaheim, but this was important. These points, they didn't want to leave them on the table, especially because they start with a lead in this game. They get the first goal. So
is the Avs, because again, guys, as excited as I am about the man I just met, you know, listen, I don't typically move this way, but I just met this man. I'm pretty excited about what he's doing for this Avs team right now. Would you classify this Avs team as a team that will build off of this momentum? Like, will this win tonight help them in their matchup tomorrow? Or are they the type of team that actually thrives better with a little bit of rest? Like, is the back-to-back going to be a tough spot for them?
They usually play better in the second game of a back-to-back than the first, which is great.
So Kivy's going for 3 tomorrow night. Kivy's going for 3, maybe 4. I'm just saying.
I wouldn't hold him back at this point.
Why would you?
The sky's the limit, Kivy.
Kivy's the GOAT.
But to your point, I think they can get up for tomorrow's game with a little more excitement from this one, because I think they rally around the unlikely guys getting the goals. I think they'll be so excited for Kivy because of this game. And I think that puts a little pressure on the top guys. Like, all right, Kiviranta's carrying his weight. I need to be carrying mine. So I think they should come out better just based upon where some of these contributions came from tonight and where some of the top guys could have been a little bit better.
You know, and that's just it. And that was okay. We'll do another quick parallel here with about 13.9 left, and Avs up 4-2 right now because of Kivy.
The man of the hour.
Yeah, he's the man of the hour. He's the man actually of the night, I fear.
Yeah, Kiviranta's the man of the night.
You see this? We just did a 3.5 hour show. We started this thing at 7:30. It is 11:30. So it's been a minute. We've been here. We've been pushing along. We had 3 separate Denver games between 3 separate Denver sports. And the man of the night?
Yoel Kiviranta.
Kivy. Okay.
Look how happy they are for him.
Come on. Give it up for Kivy. That is too good to be
Kivy.
true. I still have my pizza. Ignore me.
Clap.
Give me a moment, guys. It's been a very, very long evening. Okay, so Avs get it done. One of 3 teams tonight for Denver to get it done, to make it happen. Final score 4-2. Shout out Kivy. Broncos fall short, unfortunately, and I believe they fell short. What was it? 30 or 34-27, I believe. And the Denver Nuggets losing with a buzzer beater, 126-124. Portland Trailblazers, again, a team they should not have lost against. I will give the Denver Broncos like a smidgy of credit, because the Chargers are a really solid team. It is a division rival. We did lose to them once this season, so I wasn't expecting us to go in there and just light it up. However, the Nuggets, no excuse. And I think tonight with the Avs, had they lost, it would have felt like no excuse. This should not have happened.
Absolutely. This was a big turnaround. You know, we were talking about how the momentum looked to start the third period, and I think we were both pretty pleased with what we were seeing. And it looks like the eye test does matter, because what we were seeing was good. Kivy's got the momentum. I love it. I love just the turnaround, honestly, because it's not just Kivy who helps to save this game, but the redemptive moment from Mikko Rantanen after his defensive mistake. Arturi Lehkonen, another player who had kind of the soft pass and trying to break out the puck, which led to a turnover and a goal against, is the one heavy on the forecheck to make the opportunity for Kivy's second goal happen. And so that is born strictly from hard work, great puck protection and recovery to claim that puck as his own and set Kiviranta up for that goal. So lots of hard work.
Third host of the night, Mr. Kivy. Do you have any words, Kivy? Yep. Usually goats don't speak, so that's fine.
Usually goats don't
speak, so he has nothing to say. And we should be hopefully having some clips roll in. I think from what I was able to gather from the room back there, from our producers and all of our editors that are here tonight. Also, I'm gonna give it up for everybody that stuck around tonight. It's been a very long evening, and we have been here. Everybody's working hard. We've got Carrie, we've got Mark, we've got Chloe, we've got Jay. Did I miss anyone? We had Nate here. We had Jesse in the field. We had BK in the field. Of course, the wonderful Megan Angley, myself, Liv Moods. We just had a whole lot. Oh, and we had Ruben as well. Ruben was here as well, tuning in. And we've got also a lot of help on the back end with everything. I mean, it's just full-blown operation tonight for our first ever Guerilla Sports Central, where all 3 Denver teams played in the same night, and we could not let you guys go without content. We had to keep you in the loop, and that meant we did a show that lasted, has it been almost 4 hours?
Oh yeah, easily 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh yeah, in about 9 minutes.
In about 9 minutes, it will be 4 hours of a live show, and that is just the most fantastic thing. And we had a lot of fun while doing it too. But we will, based on what I heard from the back there, it sounds like the clips from hockey games come very quick.
The interviews in the locker room will come very quick.
Okay,
Coach might take a minute.
See, Nikola Jokic, hours. I'm talking. He just knows he is that guy, and he's like, I'm going to take a long. I think he probably takes a bath with rose petals and oils and a bath bomb, perhaps, because he takes forever to come and talk to the media. So usually when it comes to Nuggets content, we have to wait, we have to kill some time, but it sounds like we may get those Avs clips pretty quickly following this win by the Colorado Avalanche. But in the meantime, Megan, while we wait to hear from maybe Jesse, if we can get that Wi-Fi nice and speedy so we can hear him and see him very clearly, so we can rub Kivy in his face. Yes, we will be doing that for a good little 5-10 minutes there. But any thoughts that you have, overall thoughts on the Avs, or while we wait, any parallels that you want to make between the Avs and the Nuggets, or questions that you have for me? I think it's we've been doing a lot of learning from one another tonight, which is always a very important thing to do, especially in this space, because you can never know too much information. So any questions you have for me, parallels you want to make, or just final thoughts you have on the Avs matchup before we hopefully hear from some of the team members and Jesse?
Yeah, I think there's a few parallels, and I think it could also be its own show at some point.
I agree.
To talk about this.
I agree.
In part because one of them I'm not sure is a parallel, so I have to run it by you a little bit. But I want to talk about the significance of Aaron Gordon to the Nuggets team, because the parallel I want to draw is to Nazem Kadri on the Avs the Cup year. This is a player that they traded Tyson Barrie and Alex Kerfoot to the Toronto Maple Leafs for, in return getting Kadri, who became a key player in their Stanley Cup win in 2022. Aaron Gordon in the trade, Gary Harris going the other way. I just don't know if these players kind of have a similar value. And if Aaron Gordon was as pivotal in the Nuggets championship, because he feels like he's right up there in being complementary to Murray and Jokic. And that's how I feel about Kadri to McKinnon and Makar and Rantanen. So I don't know.
It's a great
if
parallel.
It's similar.
It's a great parallel. And what I would say is, in that little trio, when you're looking at a Nikola Jokic, for so many seasons, especially in their championship run, Jamal Murray was the 1-2 punch alongside Nikola Jokic. But that did not for any second take away from the impact that Aaron Gordon had. What I will say Aaron Gordon, in my opinion, brings is physicality.
Yeah.
He brings that like dog, that aggression. And I think you need that on any sports
100%.
team. You need that person that is willing to play a little tougher and potentially get hurt and make those and dive for the basketball and go body to body with anyone in the league and not have any fear. And he just plays with that energy that I think is so crucial and was so crucial to their 2023 championship run. And so you use the perfect word. Aaron Gordon is extremely complimentary to Nikola Jokic and whoever is alongside of him, because I wouldn't say that Aaron Gordon, however, when Jokic and Aaron Gordon find each other and they get that spark, it is unbeatable. It is the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. It's like poetry in motion. However, Aaron Gordon's not always that guy for Nikola Jokic. Sometimes he takes the back seat. Sometimes he's got 2 points in a game. However, he's a guy you cannot afford to lose, because he is so complimentary to Nikola Jokic and whoever his 1-2 punches at the time. Honestly, right now, Nikola Jokic and Russell Westbrook, the guy I talked about, bringing that veteran, just that excitement, that energy, that competitive drive. I think that when you've got Nikola Jokic and whoever he's paired with, because in so many ways in the world of basketball, your point guard is facilitating your offense. Well, when you've got the best player in the world who happens to be a center, he can also facilitate the offense. So Nikola Jokic can play just about every role, and that's what makes him so lethal. And Aaron Gordon knows his role, stays in his lane, and like you said, that's the perfect word, is extremely complimentary of whoever is also alongside Nikola Jokic. So I think it's a great parallel.
I like to learn that about Aaron Gordon on the physicality side. I didn't know that, but Kadri was a player known for towing that line,
Mm-hmm.
not always the right way, sometimes earning some suspensions, but he did play with an edge that by the end of his Avs tenure, he had reined in a very effective way. So he wasn't costing the team in any way, but he played with a little bit of an edge too. So I think that's a great parallel.
I love
to learn
it.
a little bit more about Aaron Gordon and kind of his identity.
It seems like there's quite a few parallels between the Avs and the Nuggets, and it's something that Jesse and I have mentioned a couple times back and forth, and we didn't really spend too much time on it because I'm in the midst of the season of NFL and NBA crossing over, and I'm like, please don't add a third one in there. I might actually explode. But the more we've sat and talked about both the Avs and the Nuggets, I'm realizing there are a lot of similarities in, one, the talent level of this team, two, the potential of these teams, but also the struggles of these teams. And that's one thing that, you can have a really talented team and you can look really good on paper and it just doesn't always translate. And what's very difficult about the Nuggets and the Avs season that's different than the Broncos is the Nuggets and the Avs will play for what, 4 more months?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like it feels like it never ends, but at the same token, these games matter. All of these games matter. It can be the difference between the 1 and the 2 seed, or it can be the difference between playoffs and not playoffs. And so they do matter even this early in the season. And so I think that's a great parallel. Aaron Gordon, he's just got that energy about him. Now, he doesn't deal with the suspensions as much, but I do think that if he really unleashed the beast, he would probably get in trouble quite a bit.
It's probably good that he never had to learn that the hard way, because it cost the Avs in one playoff run the first time, but he figured it out and ended up being so important in their cup win.
Which is huge, which is very, very huge. So we're already seeing just on the TV coverage, we're seeing some of those interviews rolling in. So I'm sure we will have those as quickly as we possibly can. Like I said, we've got Jesse Montano that is in San Jose right now. We had Brandon Krisztal that was in Los Angeles, and we've been in studio all night long giving you guys the best possible coverage for all 3 sports. I have to tell you, no matter what this rundown looked like, it felt like my head was going to spin off of my shoulders, because you don't want to neglect the Nuggets game that's down to the wire, but also you don't want to neglect the Avs and freaking Kivy. Hello, we have freaking Kivy on our side, so we can't neglect him. And then, of course, the Broncos chasing after a playoff berth tonight against a division opponent that, unfortunately, they fell short. But it is definitely not the end for the Broncos. We've still got 2 more games on the slate. Both are going to be tough. We've got the Bengals, we've got the Chiefs. We'll see what they can do with that. But, okay, we've made our parallels between the Avs and the Nuggets. We've talked all things Denver Broncos. Broncos fell short, Nuggets fell short, Avs did not. Where right now do the Avs fall in their, is it, I know, are they Central Division?
They're the Central Division.
Oh, look at me go. There you go. Check. 1 point for Liv. I'll probably lose it here in about 5 seconds, but I'm going to give it to myself for now. So Central Division, where do they rank at this point in time?
They should still be, let me see if Dallas played tonight too.
Okay.
Let's see. Dallas.
Because the Nuggets, interestingly enough, they are like floating. They were at the 5 seed. I'm sure they're dropping after this game for sure. But what's interesting about the Western Conference that the Nuggets are in right now is it's kind of a bloodbath. Like, it feels like every time you refresh the page, it's a new team that's jumping up to the 1 spot, or it's a new team. Actually, right now, OKC's pretty convincingly in that 1 spot, but that 2 to 6 range in the Western Conference feels pretty interchangeable, and it can kind of go any direction at any given moment, which again is why some of these games feel like life or death. It's like you got to, Money Dance.
Vaguely has been here since an hour before we started.
We love this, and it says Guerilla Sports tonight MVP and first star with Kivy.
With who else?
Shout out Kivy
but
right
our
here.
Boy. Kiviranta.
Kivy did what he needed to do, and that is just exactly what you know what? The only way tonight would have been better is if Kivy were right here in person giving us an update on the game.
He is so funny.
Is he?
In that he would probably be a tough interview.
Okay, that's fair.
One time I asked him a question and he thought I was making fun of him, and he said, "Dang, that's a roast." and he's Finnish, so he speaks English as a second language. So it's in a very thick Finnish accent. There was definitely a miscommunication.
You're like, no, that was not my intention.
So I'd love it if Kivy was here so I could formally apologize for roasting him that one time.
Listen, and you didn't even, that's the worst type of roast.
I was complimenting him too.
I was going to say, the worst type of roast is the ones that you actually didn't mean to make.
I really wasn't. Yeah. He had
it happens.
A multi-point night, just like tonight. And I was asking him, in addition to the production, what else he brings to the lineup, because not every night's going to be a multi-point night. And it's because he plays a physical game and he's a hard worker. And I just wanted him to brag on himself for a minute.
Of course.
And I think he took it to mean, what value are you if you're not scoring 3 points every night? And it definitely wasn't what I meant. It definitely wasn't what I meant.
No. And you know what? When English is the second language, though, it's almost like the words can get flip-flopped. And so what you're intending to say is not at all what they heard. And it's no fault of yours or of his. It's just, unfortunately,
we've had other interviews since then. They've been fine. But
so you guys are on good terms.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So Kivy was here.
So there's no hard feelings with, first of all,
fine.
Kivy. All you got to do is watch the last tail part of this show, and you will see you've got nothing but fans in this building.
It's Kivy Nation.
Okay. And I think if you've watched Jesse Montano, maybe have some doubts about you.
Yeah.
Those are slowly coming to an end after tonight, I would imagine. I think he's
we'll put a stop to it, Kivy.
Yeah, it's over with, Kivy. Just so you know, I will go to your defense. I can't talk a thing about your stats or any. I don't know what you do, but what I do know is tonight, 2 goals, a win for the Avs. Why? Because of you, Kivy. So shout out to you. Okay. We may have clips here soon. Let's get some chat questions going. Any questions that you guys have had throughout the night, or things that you want us to see, or little comments that you want to make? First and foremost, both teams have an MVP and a league MVP. Are you referring to Avs and Nuggets, I would imagine?
That's a great parallel. I don't know why we didn't lead with that one.
Honestly, that's crazy. Yeah, literally. Well, we kind of did talk a little bit about like Nathan McKinnon versus Jokic. And honestly, that's the similarity right there. Those are the MVPs we're talking about. So totally love it. Want to just also take a second to say thank you. We have so many people in here watching, and it is very late at night.
Yes.
And we have been live for a very long time, and we have had a lot of you just consistently hanging out with us for the last 4 hours. I'm sure you're probably a little bit sick of hearing my voice. Maybe not Megan's, because you got some breaks in there. You haven't gotten a break from my voice, so I do apologize for that. But we had a lot of fun with you guys tonight. We still do have some Avs clips that are going to be rolling in. We may hear from Jesse as well. I know he's working hard to get us those clips, so we'll have to see what that ends up looking like. But yeah, we appreciate you guys tons for being here. This was our first time ever doing 3 sports, 3 teams, all in one show all night long. And I think it was pretty fun. If you guys had a good time, please let us know. Any feedback that you have, any, hey, do more of this, do less of this, let us know. We are always open to feedback, because it's the only way that we get better around here. And we just want to be giving you guys the best possible content at all times. That's literally what Guerilla Sports is built on. And Megan, you're like a new-ish add to the team. How have you enjoyed Guerilla Sports thus far?
It has been an amazing transition.
Yay!
I think I'm growing so much as a professional, and the biggest area of growth is finding my voice. Like,
love it.
Letting my personality shine through my work a little bit. You can probably tell I probably lean a little more reserved at times, but I love this job. I love talking about hockey
you're great at
with
what you
my
do.
Friends. Thank you so much, Liv. And I learn a lot from you. So this has been such a cool opportunity.
I was going to say, if you're worried about being
work,
reserved, all you have to do is sit in a room with me for maybe 5 too many seconds, and you will quickly be like, wow, but you know what? Opposites attract, and that is a true thing.
Absolutely. Yin yang.
And it is very, very important to be around people that are different than you, and ways that you can learn. Something that I admire so much about you and Jesse and the work you guys put into the hockey show is your knowledge of the sport and your knowledge of the team. And it is unwavering, and you always are prepared with information and stats and things that people need to know. And it makes people feel like they're as close to the team as you guys are. You're around this team all the time. You're at every morning skate. And you guys have a really great ability of bringing people from their living room, their couch, wherever they're tuning in, to the experience with you. And that is huge. So I just got a text really quick. Kibby is here. Okay, he's not here physically in the building, but we do have a Kivy clip. So let's figure out what the GOAT of the night
we gotta
has
get
to
Kivy
say.
going.
Let's check it out.
2 goals when you guys need it the most. Seems like you got a bit of a knack for doing that this season.
yeah, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of penalties, like a couple of PKs in a row, and like all of a sudden 3-on-2. I was watching like where his Val line, Valley stick is hot, but it was kind of close, so I had to shoot it.
You get that second one to go. How big was that on the bench? You guys, you said a couple penalties. You kill those penalties, starts to snowball a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. That was kind of like just perfect timing, like 5 minutes on the clock anymore, and like get the 2-goal lead. Kind of like, I think like we had the game like almost whole game today, so it was like kind of relieving to.
So, how important was it to, like, you guys are down after the second period to just get, just figure it out in the third period and get this one?
Yeah, of course. Big one. Like, we need to bounce back today, and like we were talking about that before the game, that we need to get going. And like I think like we played like all right today, but it was just like hard to score some goals. But like overall, it was like a very good game.
What do you think of your goalie tonight?
He's been like crazy solid for us, and like he's a good dude in the locker room too. Like it's a huge part of the team right now.
How can you not like Kivy?
How can you not like Kivy?
How can you not like Kivy?
A man of few words, but he is efficient.
He's efficient. And another player that we talked a little bit about on the show tonight that is efficient, maybe not as much tonight as he can be, but Cale Makar.
Yes.
Sounds like we may have a Cale Makar clip that is ready to be fired up right stinking now. So let's figure out what Cale Makar has to say about the 4-2 win for the Colorado Avalanche tonight. Check it out.
Cale, let's start with just the overall victory. This was a win that you guys needed. Just talk to me about the team and the goalie.
Yeah, we really wanted this one, and for us, ups and downs in the game. So we had a good first period, and then second kind of let off the gas a little bit, and then third got going. So Kivy, 2 great goals. Black played really well. So
Kiviranta, I mean, it's nice to sort of share the wealth, and it was great to see him come up big here tonight. How nice is it to have some secondary scoring on a guy that's well deserved?
It's great. You win games when you get secondary scoring. So great plays by like that, both of those, and it's awesome to see guys like that get rewarded for hard work. And their line's been really good. So yeah, it's awesome to see Kivy have a good game.
Power play's been talked about a lot, maybe too much, but you guys get a couple here tonight. What'd you like?
Yeah, just again, I think just mentality changed a little bit. Just more of attack mentality, get pucks on net, and for us, it's when we get too perimeter, we're kind of just getting our own ways, and we got to make sure that we have that attack mentality. So just getting pucks to the net and making sure that we get bodies up.
And finally, just hoping this can generate a little momentum as you guys head into Anaheim back to back. But you guys feel like you got a little jam right now?
Sorry. Yeah, no, I obviously going to the back-to-back here, and then one more game at home. So these are 2 really big ones. Starts with tomorrow night, and for us, it's just going to be watching the first period tonight, what we did right, and then making sure that we just elevate that even more tomorrow night, obviously, against a really good team in Anaheim. So.
Not to be too repetitive, you mentioned the secondary scoring. When you guys are having the ups and downs, the top guys, does it just make it that much more important to be able to get contributions down the line?
For sure. I mean, like I said, when you get depth scoring, like, you're going to win those games, and it's a key to just winning throughout the year and being consistent, having guys that show up night in, night out. You can't always rely on the top guys as much as we want to. We want to play well every single night. It's not we're not going to score 3 goals every night. So a lot of lines played really well tonight, and that line of OC, Kellis, and Kivy have been playing really well. So it's awesome to see Kivy get rewarded with a couple.
Thoughts on McKenzie?
He's been awesome for us. Obviously, the first period, huge save. Whatever it was, that awkward 2-on-1. Just a couple weird goals tonight, a couple unfortunate ones, but it is what it is. A couple defensive zone breakdowns and then 1 lucky one. So move on and continue.
So we heard from 2 players. I think in just a moment we will have the coach clip available to us, and we will actually be hearing from Jesse Montano, who I actually think, Megan, if I'm not mistaken, I think I see him getting ready to join us right about now. Megan, I'm going to let you take over and ask Jesse all the things that you guys would normally talk about if he were sitting right here. Sorry, Jesse, I'm keeping your seat warm because I am a Kivy lover, not a Kivy hater, okay? So let's bring in Jesse Montano. Jesse, I'm learning a lot about this Kivy fella, and I really like him. I really do.
He's got a knack for doing this now. Like he comes up big in the big moments, and that's what you need. Cale Makar just told us when the top guys aren't going, you need the depth guys to fill in, you need the bench guys to fill in, and that's what the Avs got. I was trying to say in that second intermission before I dropped out because of my internet that the Avs needed the top guys to get going. That didn't quite happen, but they didn't need it. The depth guys picked up for them.
Yeah. Well, Megan, take it away. Talk with Jesse, all things hockey here.
All right. Talk to me about the consistency from the Kiviranta, O'Connor, and Parker Kelly line.
Tonight or in general?
In general, because I think this is something that they've been building towards, being able to contribute in more meaningful ways. We've talked about their consistency and wanted a little more of a scoring punch.
Yeah, I mean, I think building is exactly, that's what I was going to say. They've been building towards this. Like that, I think, has been the team's most consistently effective line is maybe the best way to put it. Because to your point, Megan, they haven't been producing like crazy, but the effort has been there. They've kind of been in the driver's seat a little bit, I think, in terms of that effort and in terms of that compete. And tonight, you see the importance of why. Jared Bednar told us, like, you don't win games without that type of play from the bottom half of your lineup. This was an ugly, kind of muck it up, puck bouncing type of game. And that line really thrived, I thought, and especially in the third period, they kind of dominated.
3 penalty kills in the third period. In an instance where this team needs momentum, they need to come back in this game. Do you attribute some of the personnel on the PK, like Kiviranta, OC, for being a part in the momentum shift in the third?
Kivy told us, not in those exact words, but Kivy told us those penalty kills were huge. They built a lot of momentum for this team. And how many times have you and I talked about that, Megan, that special teams, whether it be power play, penalty kill, can build so much momentum for you. Even on the power play side, you don't even have to score a goal for that to build some momentum. And I thought that was what the penalty kill did there in the third. I thought Mackenzie Blackwood was outstanding in this game. And the Avs really needed that in a game where it was looking a little bit ugly. But Mackenzie Blackwood and Yoel Kiviranta saved the day for Denver sports fans.
I want to talk about the top guys too. You were going to say before you cut out that they needed to be better. A lot of defensive errors in that second period. Mikko Rantanen does contribute to the goal scoring. Yep. Do you feel like they, from the drop of the puck going into the third, did make the adjustments necessary, at least compared to the second period they had?
Compared to the second period, yes. I still think the first period, especially for the top guys, was their best 20-minute segment. But I do think that they got better. And that play from Nathan MacKinnon to Mikko Rantanen is just classic Nate and Mikko. A beautiful shot. And that's what it was going to take to get by Alexander Georgiev. He was having a good game. I could not believe that the first shot went in. That was one where it's like, well, you can't really write this. But he bounced back. He was making some big saves, and the Avs needed that one to go to kind of like break through a little bit there. And then the floodgates kind of opened. So, yes, while the depth is ultimately the hero in this one, you're right, Megan. You can't undersell the fact that Mikko Rantanen gets the game tied and puts the Avs even in position to have Kiviranta make the play that he did.
Jesse, we have talked a lot. You and I actually have talked prior to this show about how many different parallels exist within the Nuggets and the Avs. And tonight, Megan and I really, truly sat here for hours, really, and found multiple parallels, so many that we're actually considering just making it a full-blown show here at the Guerilla Sports studio, because there are many, many, many of them. And I am slowly but surely learning more and more about this Avs team. I think I asked you maybe a couple weeks ago, if health is not a factor, it's not in the way of this Avs team, do you see this team as a contender? And you told me yes. More importantly, I want to ask you the same question I asked Megan, because I'm genuinely curious, and I am learning learning about this Avs team slowly but surely. Was the goalie change, in your opinion, something that will propel this team closer to a championship if that is what their future holds?
I do. And like you've said that, I've said that throughout the season. I think assuming health, this roster is built to make a run for a championship. And I think you have to give General Manager Chris McFarland a lot of credit for identifying that there was a deficiency in this roster. We think that we've got a Stanley Cup caliber team, and we need to address it. The way that these guys are talking about the new goalie tandem in the locker room, like you can feel it. You can feel the energy that they believe, and it's given them new life and new reason to believe.
That's super awesome. Well, listen, your team was the only team that could get it done tonight. Unfortunately, the Broncos fell short to the Chargers. The Nuggets lost at the buzzer to a team they had no business losing to. Jesse, before we send you out of here, because you've had a long night yourself, any final thoughts from you on just kind of where the Avs stand, or the Guerilla Sports Central, the first ever? We may have to do this more often because it was a very long but fun night for sure.
I had you guys on all night. I was honestly super jealous that I wasn't there in the studio with you guys.
We had fun.
But no, it was good. I do wonder, looking at the Broncos, I texted Megan. I said, gosh, you wonder if that's a young team still learning to win, maybe being overcome by the moment a little bit. The Nuggets and Avs still so up and down. But this, I thought tonight, that third period from the Avs is what should give everyone hope in what this team can do this season.
Totally.
Because when they needed to, they were able to step on the gas and get the result that they really needed tonight. So, hey, thank goodness that they saved the day a little bit here for you guys there having to sit there all night. That would have been a bummer to have 3 losses.
Kivy saved the day for us tonight, Jesse. I got to tell you, I was hitting a wall. I was getting sleepy. We've been live for over 4 hours. I was like, oh my gosh, I can't do it. And then here comes Kivy. Kivy gave me that espresso shot I needed to get through this show. I'm feeling good. Are you headed to Anaheim? Are you going to be covering this Avs team from Anaheim?
Yes. Yep. So I'm driving down in the morning. So we'll be there. We'll have everything post game, locker room, coach, all that good stuff. But yeah, they're breaking down around me. So I think I'm going to get out of here so I can get out of their way. But thanks so much, guys. I loved watching all night. You guys were amazing. This was awesome.
Well, we appreciate you. You're a flipping rock star. Bring that same winnable energy to Anaheim and keep the Guerilla Sports family up to date on all things Av tomorrow. We're looking forward to hearing from you then, Jesse.
We'll do it. And then Megan and I will be up at 7 Brew on Saturday. It's going to be a fun next couple days.
That's right. We're super pumped about that. Jesse, you have a good night, and we will talk to you very, very soon. Bye.
Thanks so much, guys. You too.
All right, you guys. So like Jesse said, before we get out of here, Megan, one more time, people can hang out with you on Saturday. At what time is it? 12?
Yes, we'll be doing it at noon, heading up there around 11 to set up and do a pod from 7 Brew. A coffee shop opened in Firestone recently. 20,000 flavor options, coffees, teas, smoothies,
I didn't realize that was
energy
even
drinks.
possible.
Yeah.
I love that.
It's insane, and I have never been before, so I have to decide on just one drink. But it feels like the kind of place I'm going to have to go multiple times.
You should just go there. You should get a little bit of everything.
I want everything.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe just do a little sample. Like maybe while you're doing the pod, like every 10 minutes, they bring you a new drink.
Yes,
a flight, a 7 Brew flight. If you guys want to hang out with Jesse Montano and Megan Angley, be sure to head up to Firestone, north of Denver. I just mixed 2 words. That's how you know it's bedtime. It is time for us to get out of here, you guys. We have been live since 7:30. It is now 11:50. It is almost midnight. It has been a very long night, but nonetheless, it has been an absolute joy. We've had so much stinking fun. Megan, this was the first time we've ever co-hosted together, and it was an
excellent,
absolute ball. We will do this more often, no doubt about it. Right now, I mean, we've got so many of you still staying up late with us, and we could not be more thankful. Thank you guys for the love and the support. We hit 10K on Instagram. Kivy scored 2 goals. Okay, Megan and I hosted a show. Megan and Jesse live from 7 Brew up in Firestone. We got a lot of really cool things happening here at Guerilla Sports, and it would not be possible without all of there it is. Oh, woo, woo, money dance. It would not be possible without the people in this building. Shout out Mark, shout out Carrie, shout out Jay, shout out Chloe, shout out, who am I missing? Ruben, shout out Brandon Krisztal, shout out Jesse, shout out Nate, shout out Megan, shout out me
Liv.
sometimes. Cool. Woo! I think I covered my bases there, but we have a great team in this building. It is getting late. We're all going the frick home. It is past my bedtime, but that does not mean we will never do this again. We had so much fun. So thank you for tuning in to a very long show. This has been the first ever Guerilla Sports Central. We covered Broncos, we covered Avs, we covered Nuggets, and like always, we will keep you covered on all things your favorite sports with the best quality out there. So make sure you're subscribed to All Things Guerilla Sports. Give us a follow, give Megan a follow, give myself a follow. This has been presented by Trusted American Mortgage. They're trying to help you save some money, lower your interest rate, get you better monthly payments. So head to trustedamerican.com to see how they can help you save some money today. Shout out to our friends at 7 Brew and shout out to our friends out at Landmark Lincoln. Much love to you guys. Have a wonderful night, and we will see you very, very soon.